fresh strawberries into it. You know, give more an element of healthiness and
Yes.
also bring in that flavor into this drink. So these are all the
Beautiful.
ingredients. I'm using store-bought oat milk here,
Okay.
as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you can see it in
Yes.
the camera. And it's very simple to assemble a faluda or a falude. Once you
Mm-hmm.
have all your ingredients ready,
Mm-hmm.
all you need to do is get your glass, as we have here. As you
All
can
right.
see, what I've done here is I've added the rice vermicelli noodles.
Mm-hmm.
Work very gently with a lot of love here. You're going to add in this sticky, gooey, comforting, lovely chia seeds, 2 to 3 teaspoons, sorry. So you're layering everything up. We're working in layers. We're
Okay.
going to add in some rose syrup.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the amount of rose syrup actually depends on how sweet a faluda you wish to enjoy.
You wish
So
to
you can
have.
see it's
Exactly.
really lovely, and the rose syrup is going to trickle down here. So it's going to be layered up with colors. Very attractive. The perfect drink for a wedding or a baby shower, especially if you're having a baby girl. Going to top
Okay.
it up with this beautiful oat milk.
Oat milk.
Very
Yes.
simple oat
Mm-hmm.
milk. Add in some strawberries. You could have added them in earlier, or you can add them in now and let them
Yeah.
float on top. That's fine. Adorn this up with some nuts, pistachios, and cashews.
Right.
As you can see, like I said, we have a nice cream over here. So just a dollop of nice cream on top.
Mm-hmm.
And very
Ready.
simply, your falude is ready. Now
Ready.
you can see all these lovely layers here. You have the
Yes.
chia, you have the jelly, you have the oat milk, you have the rose syrup infusing through, and you have your fruits and nuts on top. Now, there's something magical that I want to add to this.
Mm.
Okay, since the rose is so sacred and we celebrate it in so many schools of thought. You know, the wonderful thing about healing our earth is we celebrate diversity in so many ways, especially through
Yeah.
the element of food. You know, and it
Okay.
brings all cultures together. And you're just going to add in a little bit of gold paper.
Oh. Wow.
Because it gives the beverage its richness. It comes through. It's very festive. Like I said, it's enjoyed in many cultures all over the world during
Right.
Eid, for weddings. You can have it for baby showers, and it's so attractive. Now, one more thing. Since we're celebrating Persia in this
Mm-hmm.
session, with the roses, I thought why not bring in some pomegranate, because pomegranates have a lot of synergy with Persian cuisine and they're very heart healthy. So you
Right.
have all these layers of rose, vermicelli, chia, the oat milk. You have the strawberries. You have
Mm-hmm.
the little arrows of pomegranate. You have the gold paper that brings that richness through. And
Mm-hmm.
you would need a spoon to enjoy this drink once you've sipped it halfway, so you can dig in and enjoy all those lovely ingredients. And your faluda is ready. Now, one more thing,
Yeah.
celebrating roses.
Add few
Just a
roses.
few rose petals on top, and you have a very
Right.
attractive faluda you can enjoy. Have it chilled. It's
Yes.
really very, very comforting and very cooling, extremely delicious, and it transports me back to my childhood in Kenya.
Oh, so
Okay, so
sweet.
this is the faluda. Now, you know, you can
Mm-hmm.
take a person out of Kenya, but you can never take the Kenyan out of a person. And we have such great
Right.
quality of produce in Kenya. So you can
Okay.
see I have the vermicelli noodles here again. We're going to
Mm-hmm.
add the chia seeds. Same thing,
Mm-hmm.
working with the same ingredients, but you're working with less. Just a
Okay.
teeny tiny bit of chia seeds,
Mm-hmm.
a little bit of rose syrup, depending on how sweet a faluda you wish to have. Some oat milk. And you can just enjoy that dinner in a little shot glass. Okay, the nuts. Just a few pistachio nuts I love. A little bit of strawberry. Few rose petals. And of course, we're going to be bringing in all that richness, all that festivity into this. I hope I can get this off. A little bit of gold.
Nice. Okay.
There we are.
Wonderful.
We have these two lovely ways of presenting the Kenyan faluda. And it really doesn't take long to make it. You know, if you're in a rush and you're having guests over for dinner and you want to make a really quick fix, comforting kind of dessert, you can just make a faluda. Now, I haven't added the banana and ice cream to this, if you've noticed. Now, this is optional.
Yes.
Some people like their faluda with ice cream, some people don't, but let's just add a dollop of the ice cream. It gives that lovely gooey feeling to the faluda or the faluda. And you have two versions on how you could serve a faluda.
Wow,
and
this looks
you know,
awesome.
if you have a dessert platter and you have all these different desserts going around, you can have a dessert shot. Or you can, I would call it the mummy and baby version. That's the mummy version. That's the baby version. And that's this, and it's very attractive, very delicious, very, very yummy.
True. And I'm sure later on you're going to have that later on. So that's not fair.
I am going to have that later on. Today's my day off for my intermittent fasting. So yes, I am going to enjoy this later on.
Well, it won't be far when I'll also join you, you know, to taste this beautiful faluda with the rose water and the petals and the seeds, pistachios, chia seeds, and all whatnot you've added. It looks very attractive, beautifully and elegantly presented.
Thank you so much. Now, the thing with chia seeds, they're very, very healthy. They're very gut friendly. They're very high in fiber. They're good for your digestion. And they're extremely high in iron. Yeah. And roses are very cooling to the system. Oat milk, as we all know, is very, very healthy. And you're adding a little bit of, I mean, it's not a huge significant amount, but if you use these little steps to add healthy fats through nuts into your diet, this is one way of adding us in. Yes, the rose syrup does have sugar, but you know, we all have a few healthy but naughty days, as I like to say.
Okay? Absolutely, yes.
That's the faluda. And now I'm going to be getting into using my hands.
Yeah.
I'm just going to clean my hands up a bit.
Absolutely. So up next, you're going to, what do we have in store? The traditional Mangalorean ambe up curry? That's it?
So we have a little bit of Africa to India in store.
Yes.
That's what's coming forward for us.
Okay.
I chopped some raw bananas earlier on. And I'll give you some tips on how to prevent your raw bananas from discoloring as well. Okay, so here we are. Getting this. So these gloves are tricky to get on, but I'll get them in. So I'm just going to put this away on one side and make way for the other ingredients. So we're going to start with a raw banana curry. Okay, a southern inspired raw banana curry. Okay, now the thing is, we're using matoke, plantains, or raw bananas in this recipe. So what I've done here is I've roughly chopped up. It's a very rustic dish. Okay, roughly chopped up some raw bananas, and I've just dropped some lemon juice into them to prevent them from discoloring. Okay,
Right.
we're working with spinach, Southern Indian spices,
Okay.
urad dal,
Well, I'll
white.
just a minute. Yeah, Seemaji, before you continue, we have a wonderful young lady that has joined us. So we'll bring her in and we'll continue. Is that okay?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. 1 minute. So before we continue, I have the pleasure to introduce to you one of our regular and very lovely, sweet young girls here, Alicia Jain, and she will be sharing with us something very interesting, sprouted moon bean salad. Well, what is that? Let us see. Born and brought up in New Delhi, India, Alicia moved to London at 16 years old and has been passionate about creating recipes and cooking since she was a little girl. At 22 years old, she is now a master's graduate and is passionate about well-being, both mentally and physically, and is therefore using her vegan social media page to promote healthy living, mostly through her recipes. Alicia has been vegan for just over a year and has dived into her Indian roots and started learning the health benefits of using nature and plants as a source of medicine using neuropathic and Ayurvedic teachings. Right? She also started learning about Dr. Sebi's nutritional guide to alkaline eating and how a lot of his teachings correlate with ancient Ayurvedic teachings. In this session, Alicia will engage with Seema and Alicia will be demonstrating how to make a magical sprouted salad with her tips. I'd say a global namaste to you, Alicia G.
Global Namaste. Thank you, Sevani, for bringing me in. Hi, Seema Auntie. So, yeah, I'll be joining for this session and talking about, the health benefits of different foods and, the lovely recipes that Seema Auntie will be creating. So, yeah, I look forward to joining her and all of you. Thank you for having me.
Definitely. Well, you deserve it. And it's always a pleasure to have you joined us. All right, Seema ji and Alisha ji, both of you, let us see how this beautiful session is going to go about. And I can see wonderful ingredients on your cooking top. Seema ji, please go ahead. That looks very colorful.
Alicia, beta, how are you? Thank you for coming. And I want to say something. Alicia is truly very inspirational. And they say, we learn from our youngers. And this younger generation is so well versed and deep in knowledge. And this girl's page, at Plant Fight, is amazing. You must follow her page. I follow it. And I'm gaining so much insight as I'm going along. Alicia, maybe later on you can tell us a little bit about the benefits of chia seeds, beta.
Of course, yes. Absolutely. I'm looking forward to what you're going to create.
Great. Okay, so now what we're sorry. So now what we're going to do, we're going to be making a southern inspired raw banana dish with spinach. Now, of course, we're taking the matoke or the raw banana from my Kenyan heritage. We're bringing in some healthy greens. We're working with southern Indian ingredients such as urad dal, mustard seeds, and curry leaves.
Okay.
We're going to be working with a marriage of turmeric and black pepper. Now, Alicia will tell us more about this, but those of you who have been watching Healing Aura and have watched me on the Vegetarian Vegan Kitchen, I lean so much towards turmeric, okay? Turmeric, I always say, is the Maharani, the queen of spices, and black pepper is her husband, the Maharaja, the king of spices. It's a marriage made in heaven. Both are inseparable. Once you make a dish with turmeric, please add black pepper to the dish because she's happy because her husband's there. We're going to be making a curry paste with a knob of ginger, 4 to 5 cloves of garlic and green chilies, okay, and cashew nuts, okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put this on the side here, And before I go and get my other ingredient out of the fridge, Alicia, maybe you can tell us some of the benefits of raw banana, spinach, mustard seeds,
Mhm.
curry leaves, nuts, etc. while I just get the raw coconut out of the fridge.
Sure, of course. Okay, so as we can see here, we have some beautiful ingredients. And the good thing about these recipes is they don't just taste amazing, but they're so healthy for you. And let's start with the main ingredient, raw banana right here. So it's, we usually eat ripe bananas, you know, the yellow ones, but raw bananas have amazing beneficial properties for your body. So they're good for mostly things like bloating, they're high in potassium, and they improve nutrient absorption. So that's the key over here, nutrient absorption. A lot of the times, a lot of nutrients are put into our bodies, but our bodies are unable to break them down properly. You know, raw bananas help our digestive enzymes flowing, and they increase nutrient absorption. So in that sense, they're also very good for colon health. And another amazing thing about raw bananas is they're very good for regulating blood sugar. So, you know, bananas, you know, you usually think they're high in sugar, you know, they're one of those sweet fruits, but raw bananas can actually help with blood sugar regulation. So yeah, raw bananas are fantastic to include in your recipes. What else do we have? Turmeric. I want to talk about turmeric a little bit because we talk about the medicinal properties of turmeric a lot. It's highly, highly medicinal. The main substance over here is curcumin. And what we want for the curcumin is for our body to absorb it properly. Now, the reason we add things like black pepper to it is because it increases the absorption in our body. So it's easier for our bodies to absorb the curcumin into our bodies that the turmeric provides us with. So that's why you always have both ingredients, turmeric and black pepper, combined together at the same time. So turmeric is highly medicinal. It's loaded with antioxidants, and it.
Seema, can I have your attention, Seema, if you can hear me? Alicia has got no bandwidth, so she's a blank screen, and we would rather focus on you at the moment. So if you can keep talking
Sure.
till Alicia
That's fine.
sorts her bandwidth out, please. Thank you. Over.
Okay, so as I said, we're going to be making a curry paste with the garlic, the ginger. So I've got 4 cloves of garlic. You can use 5 or 6 if you like your dish more garlicky. 1 green chili. You may wish to use more. And of course, we're working with southern inspired dishes here. So coconut is a must, okay? And you know, the East African coast is very rich in coconuts, as is the coastal regions of India and other areas all around Southeast Asia and all over the world. Wherever there is a coastal area, you will really find that there's a lot of coconut available. So what I hear is I've roughly eyeballed out about 2 tablespoons of coconut. You may wish to use 3 or 4, depends how coconutty and how thick a curry you want. Okay, now into this, to give it some texture, we're starting with the curry paste first before we're going to build up this curry, okay? I have a generous handful of cashew nuts. You know, you may wish to use roasted chana dal, or you could use pine nuts, macadamia nuts, blanched almonds. The choice is yours. I love cashew nuts because they add that creaminess to a lot of curries, and they bring in that velvety smoothness. Now, 1 green chili, as I mentioned earlier on, a nice knob of ginger, which I'm just going to cut up over here because it won't mince through very well. About 1 inch to 1/2 inch piece. Some garlic. Set this aside. And a little bit of water just to blitz this up into a smooth curry. Oh, I mean a smooth paste, forgive me. Okay. Just a little bit more. Chili is strong. Thankfully, I used only 1. So what you're going to get is a smooth, thick paste over here. extremely aromatic, quite pungent. So once your curry, your paste is ready, your spice paste is ready, this is when you're going to start to build up this dish. So we're going to work on a medium-low flame. And we're going to crackle up all these southern Indian spices. And I'm telling you, when you make this dish, when you have all the crackling of the spices, the sounds, heavenly fragrances and aromas will fill the air. And this is a very, very aromatic dish. It has different layers and textures to it. It's very comforting, extremely coconutty, which is my favorite part. So we're going to heat up about 2 tablespoons of oil here. And you're going to heat the oil through. Just give that a few seconds to get through, and then we're going to crackle up these spices. We're going to add in the mustard seeds. We're going to allow them to dance, sizzle, and pop. We're going to add in asafoetida. Now, asafoetida is commonly known in Hindi as hing. It's employed extensively in Southern Indian cuisine. It's very good for your digestion. And the thing is, it's a gum resin, okay? When you smell it on its own, it doesn't smell so great. But when you add it into a fat, it actually imparts the aromas of leeks. So it's really quite a versatile ingredient in Southern Indian cooking. Let's see if this is done. We test your oil. We're just adding a few. Yep, they're going to start sizzling and popping. And I have a good teaspoon here. Working swiftly, okay, you don't want this to burn. We're going to add in the urad dal, just a teaspoon again. Quick stir, the urad dal will start to get golden brown. As soon as the dal gets golden brown in your curry. You have a little bit of aromatherapy happening here. In with your beans, about a good quarter teaspoon to half a teaspoon. And working swiftly, 2 cups of loosely slacked baby spinach. Allow this to wilt down. Then you're going to allow the spinach to wilt down. Compose it with all these aromatic spices. The urad dal is going to give it a bit of a bite and a bit of texture. It's going to taste very yummy. But one thing, when working with urad dal in any recipe or any dal, chana dal, especially in southern inspired recipes, you have to work swiftly. Okay, the spinach is wilting down. They're coated with all these aromatic spices. At this stage, just going to add in a little bit of water. About 1/4 to half a cup. Okay, and we're just going to allow this to cook just for a few seconds. You don't want to overcook your spinach. Okay, just turn the heat up here. It's going to get going. Okay, as you can see, it's bubbling. The spinach is well coated. You have this broth, this spinach broth happening here. At this stage, this is when you add in your bananas. And this lovely heavenly fragrance, aromatic coconut spice milk. Now, this brings a lot of comfort into this dish. Okay, it brings in a lot of richness. And it brings in, of course, it brings in all those southern Indian ingredients as well. Just stir this up. So we brought in a little bit of Africa into India. With the mataki, you can see it's creamy.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, really heavenly fragrances are filling the air right now. I can't help but say this. Okay,
Yeah.
and you're going to cover this, and you're going to allow it to simmer on a low heat for about 5 to 7 minutes, just till the tokis are soft, mushy, yummy, gooey, and tender. Now, while this is cooking up, I'm going to ask you, Saivani, if you could sing us a little song.
Oh, yes, why not? Well, looking at you, you know, very simple and with lots of love. So there's this beautiful song from the famous the famous movie Kaho Na Pyar Hai. So it goes like this. Yeah. All right. चांद सितारे फूल और खुशबू ये तो सारे पुराने हैं ताजा ताजा कली खिली है हम उसके दीवाने हैं ओ ला 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 अरे काली घटाएं बरखा सावन ओ काली घटाएं बरखा सावन ये तो सब अफसाने हैं ताजा ताजा कली खिली है हम उसके दीवाने हैं ला 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 अंदाज है उसके नए नए है नया नया दीवानापन ओहो अंदाज है उसके नए नए है नया नया दीवानापन पहना के ताज जवानी का हंस के लौट गया बचपन अरे गीत गजल सब कल की बातें ओहो खुशबू आ रही है गीत गजल सब कल की बातें उसके नए तराने हैं ताजा ताजा कली खिली है हम उसके दीवाने हैं ला 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 आहा है रूप में इतना सादापन तो कितना सुंदर होगा मन बिन गहने और श्रृंगार बिना वो तो लगती है दुल्हन अरे काजल बिंदिया कंगन झुमकी ओहो हाँ काजल बिंदिया कंगन झुमके ये तो गुजरे जमाने हैं ताजा ताजा कली खिली है हम उसके दीवाने हैं चांद सितारे फूल और खुशबू ये तो सारे पुराने हैं ताजा ताजा कली खिली है हम उसके दीवाने हैं just for you Seema ji
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Now, these are still getting done, okay? Just going to add a little more water because the bananas tend to drink up with the process of osmosis. They tend to drink up a lot of water. So I just added in some more water. So we went from about half a cup to about 3/4. I'm going to simmer this a little bit further. It needs a few 3-4 minutes more till they get really soft and mushy, and then we're going to plate it up. Now, at this stage, we're going to add in the beautiful marriage of turmeric and black pepper.
okay
It's
is that turmeric that was turmeric
color. We're going to get that lovely golden hue. Okay, the bananas is getting soft. They're getting soft. Give it a stir. You could make this in a non-stick pan, but I'm trying to eliminate toxic cookware in my kitchen, so you have to keep stirring it. You know, some of the bananas are softer, some are still hard. Getting there. Getting there. And this beautiful curry, well, I call it a curry dish, enjoyed as a side dish when you have, you know, a nice lentil with rice, or we have something very, very exciting in store for you after this, which is an umbe curry, which is a dish from Mangalore. the Konkan coast of India, which evokes a number of emotions in me, like happiness, joy, comfort, greed, and more. And so Mangalore is located, while this curry is cooking, the Mangalore is located in Karnataka on the southwest coast of India, okay? And it's
Right.
famous for its beaches, its luscious green gardens and forests. It's famous for its heritage temples, and it's an eclectic mix of cultures and cuisines. So wonderful
Absolutely.
mix of Maharashtrian,
Mm.
Goan, with Goan we have Portuguese, a lot of the
Yeah.
local indigenous ingredients, and the Saraswat Brahmin and the Bant community. Okay,
Okay.
now
Wow.
Mangalore is famous for a lot of seafood because it's a coastal port, coastal port, coastal port, coastal port. But it's
Right.
also has a lot of vegetarian fare, especially with the Saraswat Brahmin
I see.
community. And the
Okay.
dish I'm going to be teaching you after this African inspired or South Indian inspired matoke with greens is an ambe curry, which is
Yeah.
sweet, tangy, salty, sour. It's just this wonderful marriage of flavors. Okay, this is getting done. Bananas are
Uh-huh.
getting done. Soft, can you see
Wow.
it's all soft and mushy?
Yes.
You see? So
You
if
can
you
see this
want, you can mash
beautiful.
the bananas up a little bit if you want to.
All right.
Not all of them, you want some texture.
Mm-hmm.
And at this stage, I'm going to add some more black pepper because I love black pepper. That's
Okay.
your choice. A little bit of salt to taste.
Mm-hmm.
You sea salt or Himalayan pink salt. That is wonderful. Oh, yummy.
Right.
Pumpkin
Yeah.
curry. This really takes me back to Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to plate this dish up, okay?
Okay. Wow, that looks heavenly.
And it's easy actually. What we need to do is get all the ingredients ready in advance. Mise en place.
Right.
Beautiful combination of color,
Mm-hmm.
texture, flavor, certain spices.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very
Right.
delicious.
Auntie, that looks delicious.
Yeah, that looks beautiful and
And now
delicious as well.
we want to eat with our eyes, right? So we're going to
Okay.
garnish it with a little bit of lemon,
Okay.
a wee bit of cilantro or coriander or dhania, as we call it. I'm just going to pluck off some leaves here,
Mm-hmm.
as we do in Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
Seema Auntie, I want to ask you a question about this dish.
Yes, Buddha.
Is this because of the bananas? Is it a sweet savory dish or a
Absolutely. Absolutely savory. It's generally served along as a side dish with an accompaniment as a rice and a sambar or a gashi. Now, Mangalore has a lot of gashis. Gashis are curries that are made with fresh coconut. This too is made with fresh coconut. So I'm drawing from Mangalorean or Southern Indian wisdom here with the spices, bringing in fresh coconut from the East African coast of Kenya. Or you can see it from Southern India as well, because Southern Indian cuisine has a lot of affinity with coconut and fresh coconut. And you bring in spinach for that healthy element. Now, if you don't want to use spinach, you can use amaranth. Okay, amaranth leaves, little bit of ginger on top. Just spread it along the dish. Fresh ginger, and I love my pomegranate seeds. So you see, bring in a little bit of color. And it's,
Yeah.
Alicia, this is a very creamy dish. It's extremely satisfying, comforting, and pretty filling. And it's filled with raw bananas, plantain, and it's also very rich in potassium. And of course, because of the spinach, it's got a lot of iron. And you could add an amaranth, as I said, or kale, if you wish to. The only thing with kale is you'd have to cook the kale longer, because kale is a lot more thicker as a leaf, And of course, it's a nutrient-dense food, as we all know, and has been celebrated in this new area as a superfood. And here we have this wonderful healthy plantain curry with spinach. There we are.
Wonderful.
So
That looks
it's savory.
awesome.
Okay, so that's one.
Yeah.
That's one dish done. As you can see, and I'll show you how they serve it up later on in southern India. Now, we are going to go on to dish number 2, and I'm just going to get this out of the way. Now, dish number 2 is going to take again inspiration from my East African heritage. And it's the sweet, spicy, sour, salty. It has all these flavors in it. And of course, it's got all these flavors are going to be balanced out, especially the sweet, because it has the sweetness of the ripe mangoes and has the sweetness from jaggery, which we're going to add into this dish. It's all going to be balanced out with fenugreek seeds. And I'm sure Alicia will have a lot to tell us about the goodness of fenugreek seeds in this recipe.
Yes,
Now,
yes.
the uniqueness of this dish is we're using ripe mangoes. Try to go for the semi-ripe versions because you don't want too sweet a curry, okay? So what I've done is I porcupine these mangoes, and the best part about the dish is we use the seed as well. Okay, we call this the gutli in Punjabi, or the gitak. Okay, so I've trimmed off some of the flesh from the seeds. I've got 2 porcupines here ready waiting. Again, this is a dish where you have to work very swiftly. Again, go on a low heat to be safe. Okay, and we're going to heat up 2 tablespoons of oil. But before I begin, let me walk you through the ingredients. We have 2 teaspoons of mustard seeds, whole red chilies. Now you could use the Kashmiri chili version or these bullet chilies. I like these bullet chilies because they're small, they're pungent, and they're very attractive. We have a level teaspoon of cumin powder and a heaped teaspoon of coriander powder. My standard rule of thumb when I'm cooking is I will always use more coriander than cumin. Kashmiri red chili powder to taste. Okay. Lemon juice. Now this is what I wanted to show you. Now when squeezing limes, there are 2 ways of doing it. You could wrap it in some saran wrap and just puncture it through and squeeze. That way you don't get the seeds. Or if you have these soup bags, just knock them up in a soup bag and squeeze through. If you have half a lemon left and you need to put it into your refrigerator, this is a great way to store it in your refrigerator for use later on. I'm going with organic coconut milk. As you can see, a can. We will be adding water into this curry. Drawing from my Kenyan heritage, we have white corn in Kenya. We call it makai. Can be found in some of the Caribbean shops here. You have to soak it, bring it back to life, and then boil it. It has a lot of texture. I'm just going with sweet corn because this is what I use and it's easier and it gives an additional sweetness to the curry, which means we will add more lemon into it. Jaggery, as I mentioned earlier, and curry leaves, which synergize very well with Southern Indian cuisine. This recipe does not have any asafoetida in it. Please make note of that. Again, about 2 tablespoons of oil, just eyeball it in. Working swiftly. Turn the heat up. Swirl that around. Just put it away. Just put in a few seeds. Once they start to dance, sizzle, and cook, we're going to add in the mustard seeds.
Now, mustard seeds are used a lot in Southern Indian cooking, aren't they? And they have lots of beneficial properties of their own, I hear.
I was reading that they're very rich in omegas, and they have a lot of nutritional properties of their own. And actually, sarson ka tel, or Mustard oil is made from mustard seeds. Working fast, everything popping, cracking. In with your chemical seeds off, working fast. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add in the corn. So, bring in your curry leaves. Make sure this is well coated. We're going to bring in the mango at this stage. We're going to just spoon it into it. So with these porcupines working very, very swiftly here, okay? So let's turn off the heat now because it's getting high. Just scoop out that porcupine. Flesh and all. Okay. Bring in your seed. The remainder of the porcupine. So you're balancing of all the sweetness of the curry with the bitterness of the fenugreek seeds. So the fenugreek seeds are in fact replacing the asafoetida here. To get this all well coated up. Okay. At this stage, you can throw in your red chilies. They're very attractive. Turn on the heat. You have to really have your wits about you when you're doing this recipe because you have to make sure nothing burns because the spices crackle and pop very fast. So you're coating this all up. It looks lovely on its own like this, doesn't it, Alicia?
Yeah, it looks delicious.
With a can of coconut milk. I love this brand. It's very rich.
And it seems like this has all the balance of all the different flavors. You have your sweet, your sour, your savory, you have all the different aromas and spices. So you have a balance of everything going on.
For color, Kashmiri red chili powder, coriander powder, cumin powder. So you have what you have happening here is a curry. You know how we have curry in Punjab, pakode wali curry, or you have curry in Gujarat. So this is a coconut curry, okay, happening here, but it's got mango and corn in it. Corn is the African inspiration. Mango is, of course, we're taking from the Amber curry in southern India. You're going to bring this to a bubble, okay? You do not want to add your lemon in now, right now. You're going to add it in at the end. If you add it in now, your coconut milk is going to split. You're going to go with your jaggery. There is no turmeric in this recipe. There will be black pepper because I love my black pepper and that will come in at the end. This is going to simmer. Let this come to a bubble. I'm going to lower the heat. Allow this to simmer for just 4 minutes or 5 minutes. You don't want to overcook this curry. You're going to plate it up. You're going to serve it. And the traditional way they have it in Mangalore is with ghee rice. Okay? You can have it with anything else you wish, but that's the traditional way they have it. This is bubbling up. We're going to put it there, lower the heat. Just give it about 4 minutes and it's done. Squeeze over the lime, plate it, salt it up, pepper it up, garnish it, and you're ready to roll. Very simple, very easy, quick, as long as all your ingredients are mise en place, ready in advance. Here we are. It's bubbling up. You can see it bubbling up. Smells delicious. It reminds me of a dish we have in Kenya. It's called makai paka. And it's a dish that's synonymous to the Ismaili community in Kenya. And they cook corn with coconut. Or we have, what do we call it? Makai wa nazi, which is again another East African dish where they cook corn and coconut. The combination of corn and coconut goes beautifully, and once you add mango to it, boom, it takes it to a whole new level. So if you were in Mangalore in southwest India, which is an eclectic mix of course all these cultures and flavors, you would have this whole dish only with mango. But of course, I brought my East African heritage into this with corn. I'm going to lower the heat a bit. Can you see that? It's thickening up. It's getting very nice and thick. All the spices are getting amalgamated into the curry.
So good thing about these recipes is they seem very easy and very quick to make as well. They don't take hours and hours to cook on a stovetop, you know. So it's great for if you're entertaining or something and you don't have much time to prepare in advance. It
Well, we can
sounds
see
like
these are traditional Indian recipes or traditional Southern Indian and East African inspired recipes for today's modern cook, purely because we have the coconut milk. Now, if you were in my mother's kitchen in Kenya, we had the grater where we would grate coconut. Then we had these sisal baskets where we would squeeze out the coconut milk. There would be the first milk and then the second milk. In Kenya, we call it tui. My mother never worked with canned coconut, but of course times have changed. Our life has become so much faster and we have so many ingredients that cater for today's modern cook. So we have cookbooks when working with coconut milk. Try to go for the organic versions, okay? Alicia, you'll be able to tell us more on that. The mango is yet firm. We want to get a little, slightly mushy. You know, just slightly, because you want that texture, you want that bite. You don't want it all really mushy. So what we do is just give this a few more minutes. I can really smell all those aromas and the spices coming through. It's quite strong. And the red chili, actually, even though the red chili is just old, you can actually smell that red chili and the Kashmiri chili coming through. Mangalorean cuisine is spicy. We do use a lot of Kashmiri red chilies. They soak the red chilies overnight and they grind it into a lot of the masala pastes with garlic and ginger and fresh coconut for their gashis, okay? Which are the curries that are synonymous to Mangalore, which they enjoy with this lovely, Alicia, I don't know if you've had sanas in India.
No,
the
I
idli-like
haven't.
breads that are made with yeast.
Okay, no, I haven't had those, no.
Okay, so the Mangaloreans make this wonderful idli, or I could say a rice cake, a steamed rice cake that is made with fresh coconut, urad dal, rice, and toddy. They use toddy to ferment the batter. The modern cook would, of course, use yeast, but they used to use toddy, and they have it with these gashis, with these coconut curries. Very comforting. Like I said, it evokes a million emotions in me: joy, happiness, greed, because I want to eat more. It's so delicious, and all these flavors.
Yeah.
Now this is pretty much ready. Okay, jaggery is gone in, so we're going to go with a generous squeeze of lemon. You'll notice your coconut milk will not split here because you've boiled it. You've cooked it through. Okay. And you're going to give this a stir. I always like to salt my food up at the end, so it takes in less salt. Just a little bit. Eyeball that in. Okay, and we're going to plate this up. Nice bowl. Get it up into a nice bowl. Remember, most families will be fighting for the seed because that's the best part. So lay the seed at the bottom. Layer up the curry. You know, you have this nice bite of the corn. Softness of the mango, the velvety texture of the coconut milk all coming through. Okay, get that red chili on top of the color. Okay. And of course, we want to give our food lots of love and affection. Of course, we're going to add some lemon. A little bit of black pepper. Some red chili flakes.
Mhm.
Mangalorean food is traditionally very spicy. A little bit of greenery, just a few strands. And there we are. If you want, this is optional, but I love pomegranates, especially in my curries. The arrows give it a little burst of flavor. Say one arrow itself is so heart healthy. And you have this lovely made up curry, which you can enjoy with ghee rice or just plain steamed rice. Now, the way they would present in just generally, I just use my board here. In Southern Indian, they tend to use a lot of banana leaf. So what I'm doing is I'm just showing you how they would layer it up. You'd have a meal with a small bowl of your ambir curry. You might have a banana dish that's dry or a potato dish, and you'd have a heaping of rice here where they come and they pour some hot oil. You'd have a papadum, some pickles, etc. on the side. So these are my Southern inspired East African elements in my Indian cuisine. An ambir curry and a raw banana matoke dish with greens.
That
Yeah,
looks
yeah.
lovely and so colorful as well. With that, I love that pop of color on top with the pomegranates and the coriander. That looks delicious. You created such a feast for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. I look forward to you telling us about the benefits of all these ingredients. I know you're studying plant food as medicine. And of course, we all know that coconut milk has high anti-inflammatory properties. Am I correct?
Absolutely. High anti-inflammatory properties, and it's great for immunity. The one thing I realized while I was studying about coconut milk is that it's got high iron content to know about. It's great for women and anemic children and adults and breastfeeding women as it's high iron. So yeah, it's antibacterial, antifungal, and anti-inflammatory. So it's great. It's an overall great food group to have and incorporate into your food as well. So coconut milk is just wonderful. And it has that coconut oil in it, that natural coconut fat that's in it already. And that has the antifungal, antibacterial properties as well. So combine that with your food and you have superfood, really.
I'm telling you, ancient wisdom is so intelligent. The way our grandmothers cooked it in the ancient ages. Now you see, if you're having a matoke curry over here, raw banana curry, okay, it's potassium rich, of course. It's got fresh coconut in it. Of course, I use the frozen version that we get here in the UK. It's got the grains in it. It's got the asafoetida, which is so good for your digestion, right? And then we add ginger into it. Again, another element which is so healthy for our digestion. You know?
Yeah,
and
anti-inflammatory.
Anti-inflammatory. Okay, and then of course you've got the turmeric, you've got the black pepper in it, again, anti-inflammatory elements.
Yeah.
So Southern Indian cuisine is very, very holistic, like Thai cuisine, I'd say, very holistic. You've got so many healing ingredients in Thai cuisine. You've got lemongrass, you've got galangal, you've got kaffir lime, you've got basil, all these really healing ingredients, So food actually can be a medicine if you choose to make it so.
Absolutely. And if
all about the choices you make,
And if we cook like this at home, the way you've just done, with so much love and care, and you've cared for each ingredient and picked it out so purposefully and intentionally, it really puts that into your food as well. And so you can almost, guarantee that your food is going to be healing and medicinal.
I wanted to bring something different to the table over here. I lived in India, in Bombay for 3 years, and I was blessed enough to enjoy many Mangalorean dishes. And I have to say that was one of my favorite go-to, especially in restaurants. So much so that I thought to myself, this is something I have to take up myself and I have to learn. Okay. And of course, friends are fabulous because they're always willing to share. And I have a couple of friends who did share the traditional methods. Now they have in Mangalore a lot of curry pastes, okay? And they make them with a lot of love, a lot of fresh coconut. Some of them use toddy in them, some of them use vinegar in them, some of them use toddy that is turned into vinegar in them. And they actually, one auntie actually ages her masalas, the curry pastes in the fridge. And the more they age, they ferment, and there's a greater depth of flavor. So what she'd do, she'd make these big jars of curry paste and she'd stack them up in her fridge, green masala, red masala, and then she'd take them out, whenever she was cooking. And I'm telling you, the aging process, just like the pickling process, the process of fermentation, does intensify the flavors. Wouldn't you agree? And of course, they probably have some strains of probiotics in them too.
Yeah, absolutely. Fermented foods are very good for gut health, aren't they, as well?
Very, very, very good. Are you a kombucha or a kefir maker?
Sorry?
Kefir or kombucha? Are you big on kefir or kombucha?
Oh, I like kombucha. I've had kombucha before. Yeah.
Do you make it?
No, I don't make it. But I've had it before. I've bought it, and it has a fermented salty flavor. You can almost tell when something is fermented when you try it. That's sour.
Yes.
Sour
And
flavor.
it gets all fizzy. And I remember I was making kombucha in Hong Kong, with the SCOBY, which is the main ingredient to make a kombucha. And of course, after you take out the SCOBY, you can add fruit into it, and you can ferment it further, and it gets all fizzy.
Okay.
And it takes on the flavor of the fruit. So you can make a cherry kombucha, you can make a green tea. One of the main ingredients in kombucha is tea, right?
Right.
You work either with black tea or you work with green tea.
Right.
And the green tea actually has a champagne flavor to it, especially when you ferment it to a bubbly stage. And the probiotic content is so rich that actually when you drink it, you do clean out. You actually feel it,
Yeah.
And then there's kefir as well, with the yogurt.
Okay.
And the Russians call it kvass. Something like kvass.
You're
And they
opening
make
up.
a lot of kefir.
Yeah, you're opening us up to a whole new world of, food out there.
This is the whole world of probiotics. Then the prebiotics, like rice is a prebiotic, and then cruciferous vegetables as well. And now the new wave of thought is postbiotics, which is the leftover remnants of the prebiotics. So for example, if you have sauerkraut, for example, the leftover liquid from the sauerkraut is known as postbiotics.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
And so they say prebiotics and probiotics go hand in hand. They're again inseparable, right? Because one enhances the other. And now there's a lot of speak and research going on about postbiotics. Very interesting. Hong Kong's quite big on that right now.
Right. I'll have to look into postbiotics.
Postbiotics, it's the new wave, as they say.
Okay.
There's always something new sprout. The world of food has, speaking of sprouts, you're going to be teaching us sprouted moon salad. I wanted to say the world of food has all these new sprouts coming up, prebiotics, postbiotics, probiotics. But really, I'd say, it's a never-ending journey. Then there's plant-based meats and there's, all these things. I'd say, as a friend of mine recently told me, keep it simple. Less is more.
Less is more. Okay. Yeah.
It's great to read up on this, and it's nice to incorporate into your diet once in a while. But going back to basics and eating the way our fathers and forefathers did,
Yeah. I was
and
just going to say that.
Simplifying our life. We want to have 3 dishes on the table. Have one. Make it from scratch. Go back to basics. But incorporate all those healthy elements as our grandparents ate. And I'm sure we'll be running our way to a healthier lifestyle.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for sharing that with us. That the three meals that you've just shared with us have looked so delicious. I can almost, smell the
This is what
aroma.
I wanted to show you, Alicia. I missed you at that time. So this is the faluda. This is a traditional drink that we enjoyed growing up as children. Now this does have sugar. Okay, because it
Okay.
has a rose syrup that's made with sugar. Okay, but you could make a rose syrup that's made with coconut sugar, which is far healthier. Homemade version. It doesn't have to be a
Okay.
store-bought version. And it's laid up with gut-healthy chia seeds. I know you love your chia seeds. And it's got oat milk, and it's got some strawberries, and it's got some banana nice cream, which I infused up with the rose syrup. Okay. And it's got all these lovely layers, as you can see. I'm going to sip on this later on. And it was a after dinner beverage that we enjoyed as a dessert while we were growing up in Kenya, and added some strawberries into it. Traditionally, they add jelly into it, but of course, jelly has gelatin, and we don't want that. And making an agar infused strawberry jelly does take some time, so I took the shortcut out, and I said, you know what, I'll just add in fresh fruit with strawberries. So I served it up in two versions. One, of course, the nice big drink, which we all enjoyed as children, and a tiny drink, like, if you I ran a private kitchen in Hong Kong known as Africa to Asia Culinary Safari that journeys between two continents. It was my journey on a plate, and this session today took its inspiration from that. I would serve, desserts in little shot glasses, like this, like little chocolate mousses and little faludas, and I would set them up on a tray, and people could choose what they wanted. And of course, food is medicine again, a little bit of gold paper. We spoke in the last session with Peter. Peter spoke about, I don't know if you were there, with Sharon Rose. He spoke about frankincense and myrrh and the three wise men. The three wise men presented Jesus with frankincense and myrrh. And he spoke about a turpentine which he had gold to. And it actually can alter the DNA of a person. So I thought, why not add some pure leaf gold paper into this? I did mention that there is a Ved or a Hakim in camp, in the mini streets of camp behind in Pune. There's a Hakim who still uses gold and silver as medicine. He goes back to the ancient Ayurveda. So it's all very inspirational. So this is what we have today, and we're going to move on to you with your lovely sprouted moong salad now. Let's see what you have in store for us, Alicia.
Firstly, I'd just like to say that was so insightful. And I think I can speak on behalf of a lot of people when you say you open us up to a whole new world of recipes and from a different part of the world. And we're so grateful for recipes like this and for such knowledge and wisdom that you pass through us. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, darling. So do you. I've been following Plant Bite, and it's amazing what you're doing. Really, very exciting. Very proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But you said you were talking about sprouts and how good sprouts are for you, correct? I was, we were talking about it the other day.
You know what? Mung bean sprouts are something that I have every week at least. I'd soak my beans I'd wash and soak my beans overnight and let them sprout for a day or two.
Right.
And I was doing a lot of research on why is it important to soak your beans, lentils, and legumes. Alicia, why is it so important for us to soak them?
So when you soak your legumes, your seeds, your nuts, and all of these things that you can sprout, they come back to life. They're at the end of the day, they're foods that are raw, that haven't been cooked. So therefore, they're still alive. So when you soak them, they absorb all that water and they come back to life. So it's at the very early stage of that germination process. So when you when you soak your lentils and pulses and things like that, the biggest thing that happens is all of the nutrients that were already in there, they just increase tremendously. So it really just increases the biodiversity and the bioavailability of nutrients in the sprouts itself. So I have a little note of, I did a little studying on moong dal sprouts specifically, and I found that sprouting moong increases calcium by 35%, it increases iron by 40%, vitamin A by 300%, vitamin C by 60%, potassium by 80%, and so much more. So what you're doing here is when you're bringing this back to life and germinating the seed, so to speak, it just increases the bioavailability of nutrients, and all the vitamins and minerals just come to life even more. So isn't that amazing how just a little bit of water can do that?
That is so magical. And so you're saying 300% vitamin A, that's quite a substantial amount.
Yeah,
300. So you're bringing it into living foods, actually. You're bringing it into a living state. It becomes a living food. So it's very high in prana or chi.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. And anyone who studies Ayurveda. Sorry.
So basically with lentils and legumes, I was told that when they're growing, to prevent the sprouting process while they're growing, they are very high, they self make or create phytic acids, which are ACE inhibitors. Now, ACE inhibitors are the ones that don't allow us to actually absorb the nutrients of the sprouts effectively. So in effect, we do have to soak our lentils and legumes, to bring them back into the living state, as you say, and make them more nutrient dense, so we can absorb all the nutrients of the sprouts, right? And the lentils and the legumes.
Great point. So I think I'll start demonstrating.
Okay.
And some lovely moong dal over here already. I don't know if you can see. And I sprouted these a few days ago. And so I also would like to mention that with the sprouts itself, I wouldn't suggest you sprout them for too long either, because at a certain stage, they tend to go acidic in nature. And I've spoken about alkaline foods and acidic foods a lot in terms of mucus in the body. So acidic foods cause mucus and causes inflammation in the body. And really, that is the root of all disease. So something like sprouts, where you have so many nutrients and minerals and vitamins, I would say, you don't want to sprout them for too long, so that they grow too long and too big, so that they turn acidic and take away all that good stuff. So I like to soak mine and sprout them for about 3 to 4 days, and I like to eat them throughout the week. And once they get to about this stage, I stop sprouting them and allowing them to grow, and I put them in the fridge where it's cold, because for sprouting and germination, it needs nuts, legumes, seeds. They need a moist environment. They need warmth, and they basically need a lot of water in the air. So I take them and I put them in the fridge, and that stops the germination process, and it keeps them at this stage, which is what I like. So today I'm going to be making a moong dal salad. Now, this is eaten throughout India, and this is something that's incredibly healthy and something that's so easy to make. It does take a bit of preparation, of course, like you can see. It's taken a good 3-4 days to sprout the moong dal. So I'm just going to put a little bit of moong dal in this serving bowl right here. And that will do. And these ones have gone slightly pink in color, which I love. I love that color. Okay, so as you can see, they're not too long. Now, the next thing I want to add on is some tomato. So I'm just using a big beefsteak tomato, but you can use plum tomatoes, you can use even the smaller cherry tomatoes or smaller plum tomatoes, Roma tomatoes. You can use desi tomatoes, which have a lovely flavor. I'm just using what's available to me in London. So these ones are very sweet, very juicy, and they have a lot of flavor. And I like them quite chunky like this because I like the different textures in this salad. So I've put some tomatoes. The next thing I want to add is some red onion. Red onion, funnily enough, is very good for things like colds and flus. It's great to eat raw onions when you have colds, and it can prevent them from getting worse. So they're quite medicinal in a lot of ways. So I'm just putting about 3/4. Now I like to do with this stage is I like to get some ripe limes like this, the yellow limes, you know, the ones that have gone slightly riper, because I find that they have more juice in them and they're still very alkaline. Limes are incredibly alkalizing for the body, and especially raw limes. So once you put it into your salads and things, it will help flush out the toxins in your body. It's very alkalizing, and it will stop the buildup of mucus formation in the body. So, and I like to put them over the onions because I like for the onions to release some of those strong fumes, and lemon is a great way to do that. Or lime, sorry, is a great way to stop those strong fumes. It almost pickles them, you know, like vinegar would, anything acidic. So I'm just going to put the juice of one lime into here. Okay, now next thing I want is some chopped green chilies. I like spicy food, and I don't think the salad is complete without green chilies. So I'm just adding 2 green chilies. And then the last thing I'm going to add is some freshly chopped coriander. Now, coriander, this dish for me is just not complete without coriander. I've including the stems and the leaves because they have all that flavor. The stems actually have more flavor than the leaves. If you're a big coriander fan, don't skip out on the leaves. Okay, now to season this, 3 very simple ingredients. The first thing I'm going to do is add some pink Himalayan rock salt. Now, a lot of people think salt is not good for them. And that's true, it's table salt, but when you start swapping your salt out with sea salt and rock salt, it actually does a lot of good for your body. It provides a lot of electrolytes and minerals, and this salt is very, very good for you. Similarly, we've got some black salt. Now this is quite sour, but it adds a lovely flavor. It's got a lot of sulfur, so it's got a high, mineral content. And then the last spice I want to add is some roasted cumin. As you can see, this cumin is quite dark. And so that's because it's been roasted. So all I did was I took some cumin seeds, roasted them in a frying pan, and then I put it into my mortar vessel and I ground it down until it had this type of consistency. So I'm adding a good tablespoon of roasted cumin. You can add chaat masala if you want, which has other spices. It's got a mix of spices, but I find roasted cumin has the best flavor. So I go for that instead of chaat masala. So now I'm just going to give everything away. And really it comes down to your personal taste. You can add more salt if you think it needs more. You can add more chilies if you feel, you like a bit more spice. I've added a lot of coriander in because I think that's one of the main flavors of this dish. So for me, coriander is a must. You can add more lime juice if you feel it needs a bit more sweet, but this is what your dish should look like. This is the finished result, and it, apart from all the chopping and operation, if you have everything ready, this dish takes no longer than 5 to 10 minutes to make, and it's such an easy side salad. You could have this for a meal, by itself as a meal. But I would say that when you're consuming sprouts, don't consume too many raw sprouts in one go. So maybe have a little bowl about this big as one helping. So yeah, so this is the final version. I'm just going to present this. And I hope people can try this at home.
Alicia, that looks so delicious.
There we go. Extra lime on the side. And there you have it, some sprouted salad.
That looks delicious.
Thank you.
And I love the colors. You've got the, you've got the redness of the, they say eat your rainbow. You've got the purple from the onion. You've got the redness of the tomato. You've got the green coriander. You've got the pinky green sprouts. And that burst of flavor with the lemon, my mouth's watering right now. And the roasted cumin powder. And I was just thinking to myself, I make this salad with kala namak and chaat masala, but why haven't I thought about deeply dark roasted cumin powder? What a beautiful expression of spice and flavor, And cumin, as we all know, is very, very good for our health as well. It's very high in antioxidants.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it gives a dish a lot of flavor. That's why I like using it. I prefer using it over chaat masala, and I actually prefer using roasted cumin for a lot of salads and parties, and even when you have like puri or roasted. I think it just gives a lot of depth of flavor. So yeah, I mentioned something really important. You said eat your rainbow. So it's very important to eat, all these different colors because they all have different phytonutrients and.
So a great way I enjoy this salad is I stick the mung sprouts into the romaine lettuce leaves, and I have it as lettuce bolts.
Oh wow, that sounds.
You get that crunch, that texture from the lettuce, and then you go deeper into the sprouts, which are so nutty. And then you have all the raw vegetables and the onion and everything, and it just brings that whole flavor together, with the sprouts. I also tend to add Granny Smith apples into my sprouted salads. I'm from Kenya, so I like the balance of sweet, sour, and salty. So instead of adding jaggery or anything that's sugary, just add a Granny Smith apple into it, or pomegranate seeds. Those go really well. And of course, we all know pomegranate seeds are really heart healthy, very good for us.
Yeah.
Sometimes we add pomegranate, right? They're really good for the health. We add, we call it jugu in Kenya, but it's peanuts. Now, if you don't have a nut allergy, you could add roasted peanuts into it, or roasted cashew nuts, or pine nuts. Give it that extra element, a nutty bite.
Yeah, that sounds delicious. I haven't had peanuts in the salad before. I'm gonna give that a go next time.
Alicia, I want to ask you one question. Now, let's say you've made an excessive amount of this salad.
Right.
Could you turn it into a raita with some coconut yogurt?
That would be a great idea. Yes, absolutely. You could, whatever's left over, you could add some coconut yogurt or any type of plant-based yogurt that you like. I think what I would do is maybe add some more lime juice and sprinkle it with some coriander and some pomegranate, like you said, and it would just make the raita even more flavorful. But that's a great idea. Yes, you absolutely could do that. I think it's get creative in the kitchen and play around with the different things that you have, because I find sometimes the best ideas that I have come from just having something lying at home in the kitchen and I don't know what to do with it, but I need to use it up somehow, you know? So that's how a lot of my ideas come about. So yeah, get creative, add some yogurt, add some other spices if you want. And yeah, you have a lovely side right there. Great idea.
I love what you said about sometimes your creativity just comes through from what you have. This is great inspiration, for someone like me who likes to have everything in place, everything ready, know what I have in my fridge. Sometimes it's just nice to ease up and say, okay, I'll go with the flow and whatever's in the house I'll make, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that way you're not wasting anything as well.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, that's sprouted moong salad looks so delicious, Alicia. I really want to jump out and just eat it. That's how good it looks. And I love my sprouts. I really do. And
I'll send you.
And the roasted cumin was giving it such a depth of flavor, and of course a burst of flavor additionally with the lemon. It looks so attractive and so yummy. I'm sure Bikram is going to enjoy this evening, right?
Yes, I'm fridge, and everyone's going to be having moong dal sprouted salad for the next 2 days, I think.
I know your mom was telling me how healthy you're keeping them and how vegan you've shifted them. You know how you've created such a shift in the family into more vegan, vegan inspired dishes. And I mean, you're the backbone behind that. Well done. So proud of you. Well done. Really. Lovely salad. Beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, I think honestly it's we don't have to be perfect in our everyday lives and how we consume our food. But if you make little changes here and there, incorporate more plant-based foods, try and intentionally understand what's in your food before you eat it, be thankful for everything that comes to your plate. When you have these everyday practices, your life becomes a lot more enriched, and you appreciate food a lot more, and it does a lot more for you as well.
And you feel more energized. That's the main thing. Your energy levels increase, your digestion improves, your inner and outer appearance improves. You feel, they talk about eating clean, you feel cleaner, your digestive tract is cleaner, they say eat foods high in prana, eat sattvic foods. So you're thinking also, the way you think. It's all about shifting the mindset and shifting the way you think about food also.
Yes,
and being more aware of what you're consuming. I took a lot of inspiration from you. You talked about reading the food labels and all the hidden ingredients once to me. When you hopped up with Mom a couple of months ago, you said you never know what's hidden in the ingredients. And it's true, a lot of ingredients may have monosodium glutamate.
Yeah.
They just call it seasoning.
Yes, or natural flavoring. They disguise your preservatives and your artificial ingredients. They disguise them as things that sound appealing to you. So it'll say, natural flavoring, but there's nothing natural about the process of monosodium glutamate or how it's created, And when you get used to eating things like preservatives and all these other flavor enhancers and things like that, you lose the true taste and the essence of what real food tastes like, and you almost can't eat food without it.
So is no added sugar doesn't mean that there's no sugar in it, in a product, right?
Absolutely.
So that's something I'm quite skeptical about. Whenever I see no added sugar, I put it down because I say no. They're emphasizing on it. There must be some hidden sugar somewhere, And if you do go for sugar, It's fine. Go for date sugar. Go for coconut sugar. I lean towards jaggery because I grew up eating jaggery. Jaggery is very rich in minerals, very good for your digestion. But it still is a sugar, so you have to be very aware about the amounts of jaggery you're eating.
Yeah. I think natural sugars are
food.
better. Natural sugars are better than processed sugars. So at least, it's better than what you would be eating, if you were just eating cane sugar or just plain white processed sugar. Jaggery is great. It's got a lot of things that are good about it. It's very good for flu season. If you've got a bad throat or some phlegm or mucus or something, some jaggery in hot water with some ajwain. I don't know what you call
Yes.
ajwain in English. Yeah, that jaggery is good for, all these things have good things, in them. They might not be the best for your health overall, but everything that's natural, that's made from the ground up, grown in this earth, has some type of healing quality.
So ajwain, they say, is a brother sister to the oregano family.
Oh,
Okay, and apparently oregano is very flu friendly.
Yes.
They said
yes.
if your children have a cough or cold, apply some oregano oil onto the soles of their feet, and it'll warm up the system. It's very warming up, and it really helps with coughs and colds. Ajwain, I think it's carom seeds. Ajwain kapani or ajwain carom seed infused water is very good for your digestion. I grew up drinking that. Now you've opened this whole new window for me by saying add jaggery to it if you have a cough or cold. See, we learn so much from your younger generation. You bring so much color into our lives. The element of food as medicine is never ending. Basic little things that our grandmother did when we had coughs. Okay, pure honey. Mountain honey, the Himalayan honey from India, for example, which has no preservatives, no additives. You can buy it in India. It's extremely expensive. You get it in Delhi, you would know that. Mixed with turmeric powder and black pepper. And she would make us lick on that when we had coughs or colds. Or simple things like karas, made with cinnamon and black pepper and turmeric and ajwain and all these ingredients. We'd hold our nose and go, ew, when we were children, and we'd hold our nose and drink it, and your grandmother would be there and say, Pina padega, you have to drink it, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
All this going back to, there's such a wealth of information in our grandmother's sacred recipes, or Dadima ke nushke, as we call them.
Yes.
And it's time we bring that all back to life, in the West, ancient bitters for digestion.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think we've got to a stage in society and in humanity where we're starting to forget the true essence of the harmony of nature, nurture, and the balance of everything, and what we contribute and what it gives to us. And I think it's also because we've started living, far away from nature. We don't have our own cows anymore. In this modern day, we don't drink fresh spring water. We drink polluted water or filtered water. Things like these. I think they kind of disconnect us from the true essence of what it meant to be healthy and the essence of life in general. So I think learning these ancient wisdoms and passing them down generation to generation is really inspiring for everybody. And I know for me it's been so inspiring over the last year since I've been vegan, year and a half. I've opened myself up to a whole new world, and it's because of people like yourself and following you and your journey and the amazing and important, incredible things that you share with us. We learn so much. So in the younger generation, I think we're doing okay, but really it travels down from somewhere. So we really have to be thankful for where it came from.
Beta, you know what? The inspiration can come from an elder, but when an elder sees that the younger generation is so inspired and they're going deeper into knowledge, right? We know what's handed down from grandmother to granddaughter, okay? But you guys are dissecting it Do you understand what I'm saying? And when you dissect it, you simplify it and bring it forward for us. So in reality, we are learning from you, because this is the branch of the tree. This is the tree with its roots, and there are the branches, right? Right? And then the branches have the leaves. But okay, we have the trunk of the tree, we have the root, but you guys are going deep inside the root and finding out how, why, what, you know, and you make it, you simplify it and you bring it forward. And that's what deepens our knowledge, like my children. I'm learning every day, constantly from my children, you know, in different, it may not be on the avenue of food, but different ways and schools of thought, you know, like my daughter told me the other day. She said, in the IB curriculum, they teach you to think out of the box and be a risk taker.
That's important.
I stopped
Very
for a
important.
moment, you know, and I said, if only my mother had told me to be a risk taker.
Right.
You know, our mothers were very protective. They were, you know, you can't do this, you shouldn't be doing this, you can't wear this, you can't go here, you can't do that. But here I have a 17-year-old telling me, you know, Mom, I appreciate what you're saying to me and it makes a lot of sense. And I know you love me and you want to protect me. But this is what my school says. Now, how can you defy what the school is saying, you know? Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's the way they're teaching them how to think out of the box, you know? Be a risk taker, take that risk.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
And so your younger generation is so dynamic in that avenue and you're bringing so much forward. If there's so many incidences I can speak about, I can go on and on for eternity about children and how we learn from them. But coming back to food itself and how your generation, I mean, veganism, plant-based, I see the younger generation is leaning so strongly towards it. Asia is such a non-vegetarian society. Okay. But if you see, a lot of the startups are coming up in Asia, plant-based startups. Hi, Sevani.
Hello. I've been following you. It was you young ladies were totally, you know, you just took the show away with all the beautiful salad and the beautiful dish that you made with banana and mangoes. And now we've been talking about how the youth, the younger generation, is bringing all the great grandmother recipes along and dissecting it. Yes, very true. Although we are learning how to cook, you know, sometimes we get to learn from elders, parents, and that's true because healthy eating has become so much inculcated in the young generation now that to create a healthier lifestyle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, and like Simanti was saying, I think we all learn from each other as well. And that's why it's so important to have platforms like this, because I think each of us have such a wealth of knowledge and so much diversity in the way we were brought up, the things we've learned in our lifetimes, the things that we are learning today. And it's so nice to come together as a community and bring that forward and learn from each other. So I'm very thankful for a platform like this, honestly.
Totally. That's
really
why
is.
Healing Unlearned come. Yes.
It's wonderful, you know, when we come forward and we have a lot of fun as well.
Yeah.
Totally. And
what a lovely voice you have, Sevani. I was listening.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Thank
so
you.
nice to listen to you singing and happy. It really put a smile on my face. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Well, now that you've said that, this is a nice piece for you, you know, that says you've been talking so sweetly. So speech and the thought that creates the link together when we express ourselves, because before the words come out, it comes in the thought. So we have to think well. And so much food, you know, you've been sharing healthy food. So my mother has been teaching us, you know, how the way we should eat and why we should eat everything and not waste. So I'll just share this with you. It goes like this. Food is God and God is food. Do not waste your food. Food is God and God is food. Do not throw your food. As is food, so is the mind. As is the mind, so are the thoughts. As are the thoughts, so is the conduct. As is the conduct, so is the health. Food is God and God is food. Do not waste your food. Food is God and God is food. You must eat all your food.
Oh, that's lovely.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We try and compose, my mother, she keeps composing human value based songs that's very easy for youngsters, maybe young kids as well, because sometimes we can see, parents, sometimes they don't pay attention. Kids are taking a lot. They're very greedy by nature. It's not their fault. But if we teach them, take how much you want, finish it up, and then you can take more instead of taking a whole and you can't finish because so many people are starving, so it's not good to waste. So this is a way we try and contribute and help parents to train their kids to eat everything. Yeah.
It's so important and to have gratitude.
Exactly.
Gratitude that you've got food on your plate. I mean, we say grace, right? And gratitude from everybody, from the farmer to the transport system. Annadatta Sukhi Bhava, may the giver of food be blessed.
Totally.
All
Totally.
streams that bring that food to us. Do we ever think, how does it come to us? How many people have strived for it?
Yeah,
to bring
exactly.
it to our table?
Yeah.
So, I mean, during this current challenging time with the pandemic and lockdowns,
Yeah.
I mean, we've been blessed enough in the UK not to have food shortages, but in other parts of the world they have been,
They have.
These are things to think about, and really, sometimes the universe presents you with situations that just awaken you and make you think. And I think this current era, this current time has really awakened the world into, oh my God, what's happening? Do we have gratitude for all these things? Are we really, watching what we eat with awareness? Why are we falling sick? Why is this happening? What have we done to our planet?
Right. Yeah.
There's a climate crisis going on, there's global warming going on. What are we doing to the very home we're living in?
Correct.
A lot of awareness has sprung forward, and of course the millennials and the generations like Alicia's are so aware, and we have all these young activists everywhere that are awakening the world, and it's so important. It's very important.
It's also
Very
important. I think
yes.
I think it's also important to mention here, because you reminded me about the farmers that are still protesting for their rights as well, and they're still going a year later. They are still going in India, across Punjab, across the highways, and they are risking their lives every single day. They're catching diseases. They are, their health has become quite poor. And
it's sad.
Sorry.
I think, okay, now we can hear you.
Sorry, I think I was muted. Yeah, and I think it just makes you wonder, they're not just fighting for themselves, they're also fighting for us, sitting, I'm sitting on the other side of the world in the UK, and these farmers are responsible for putting food on my plate as well. So I think, yeah, it definitely starts with gratitude as well, and the awareness of where that comes from.
And Punjab is the breadbasket of India, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
It's quite sad to see this situation.
Yes. Absolutely.
But I think through the things that we practice on this platform and the messages that we get out there, I think we're making some real change, and we're inspiring people out there, and we're being inspired as well by everybody out there. So it's great to be here once again.
Absolutely. And this is the beauty of healing our earth. We try and bring out the best out of ourselves, and we share it with everyone that's watching us today. And I have to remind you, this is the 95th event at Healing Our Earth. And we thank all the viewers who are linked with us. You please subscribe, share, and like, comment on our different platforms with Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and all the other social media platforms, definitely. And indeed, that the world is changing, because since the pandemic has come, we were all in a rush world. We were all very busy, so much busy that maybe we forgot ourselves. We were so much working so hard, got involved in our job and forgetting maybe kids. We don't have time. But somewhere the lockdown has invoked in us a sense of, okay, we have a pause now, and we try to see what can be done with the lockdown, maybe get more connected with our members physically, because every time we were virtually connected, or maybe we couldn't meet others. And now we know the value of sharing, of having family members. So the upcoming events, we have the Bollywood Fun, that is on Sunday 26th of September. So you can all come and join us with the Bollywood Fun, and from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. And just after that, as you can see on our screen, we have the motivational and inspirational. Be the change you wish to see in this world. The beautiful quote said by the Mahatma Gandhi, father of the nation of India. And that's coming up on the 3rd of October. We are going to be very much having inspirational speakers, and definitely the most awaited Diwali on Trafalgar Square coming up with a mayor of London, and in partnership with Diwali in London committee. That is coming up on the 23rd of October, that is Saturday. That's an event not to miss, definitely. So we have all this coming up to you, all our beautiful viewers. And now we have this beautiful young lady with a lovely hat, and very much awaiting us patiently. And she is, I'd like to now introduce our, all right, before we move on, our mission statement is, of course, we welcome everyone to Healing Our Earth. And our mission is to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment. So education and entertainment, that is edutainment for all of you. And we are here for you, but without you, we can't have us together. So you see, this is a partnership between you viewers and us, guests and hosts. My next host coming up here all the way from USA. So we're flying to the USA. This is Sharon Rose. Global namaste to you.
Global namaste to you and everyone out there. It's a pleasure, as always, to be with you.
Absolutely. How are you doing?
Well, I wore my hat today because I was asked to. Amalia said, oh, you should wear that hat. But also because I spend a lot of time these days out in our garden.
Right.
And the sun is pretty intense here up at like 8,500 feet.
Absolutely.
So,
yes.
Since this is the kitchen show, and I'm going to be showing a little video of a red chutney that we created here.
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
I decided to wear this, and right now at this moment, these days, we have hundreds of tomatoes that we are harvesting. We are canning. It is nonstop, and it's just my husband and I doing all of this work. We've gotten to the point now that we can actually feed ourselves if we had to. And it feels so good. I encourage everyone to connect with the earth. We're healing our earth. Connect with the earth, connect with the food. Even I've been, for some reason on Facebook now, they keep sending me these these advertisements for these kinds of hydroponic. I don't know if you've
Mm,
seen them.
yes, yes.
These stands and these that you can
Of course,
actually in your
yeah. We know.
house
Right, right,
grow
right.
grow organic food. And so I encourage everyone, take your children, get a little pot, have them put the seeds in, grow the food so
Grow the
that they
fruit.
make
Yeah.
that connection.
Yes, teaching them at a very young age, definitely. Well, my fair lady, before I'd like to, well, our viewers need to know, the wonderful job that you do. So, Sharon Rose, MAED, president of Sacred Mysteries Production. She is a filmmaker, choreographer, composer, author, and teacher. Wow, we have a multi-talented lady with us today as a scholar in world dance, music, and religion. Her training and research includes ballet, modern dance, Kathak, Middle Eastern flamenco, and African dance. She is also known for her unique reconstruction of the dance, music, and ritual of ancient Egypt. Sharon has received grants and awards for her work, including a Fulbright Senior Research Fellowship to conduct extensive research into the art, culture, and spiritual traditions of North India, where she became the first American disciple of Kathak Queen Sitara Devi. She is cooking and entertaining guests at home regularly. So she will be sharing her tips and a recipe too. We have heard that definitely. So beautiful Sharon G, all over to you. I'll be following you, and well, we are looking forward to this beautiful session coming up.
Well, before I show you, Namaste, Amalia. It's nice to see you here. Amalia and I, oh yes, we have our new
Qigong
Namaste. Amalia and I speak almost every day, even though she's in Malaysia and I'm here, and we share recipes, and we send photos of all of the different meals and drinks and everything that we're making. And also, I must say that I've been totally inspired by the show. And I've learned from Seema ji.
And by Seema, I was going to say that. Yes, Seema, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Your cooking just now just so inspired me. I had to warm up my eggplant curry.
Well, in Malaysia, we have a lot of coconut, right? You use a lot of coconut in your cuisine, right?
Right. And the coconut and the green banana, I'm going to try that tomorrow.
You must try it. It's a lovely, comforting recipe. And yes, I was going to ask you to bring forward some lovely nyonya recipes for us.
All right, I will. I'm having a eggplant curry that is nyonya based, actually, with asam, with tamarind.
Ah, yum.
I know. I like that. We are just inspiring each other. I love this show so much.
And you spoke so highly of roses. You spoke so much about roses and the high vibration and the aromatherapy and everything. It was very, very interesting.
Really and it was so interesting that you followed. Yes, thank you. You followed up with Professor Rezai and I and the rose, and then you created the rose faluda. Right? And so it's just so timely. And we didn't plan this, did we? And then here you are. It's coincidental, it's synchronous. It's so nice. And the rose is really prevalent today in the energy, like the roses around Sharon as well. And somebody sent me a beautiful greeting, a good morning greeting, and it was the rose. I said, how perfect. So we have the divine forces with us.
Roses are so beautiful, and Chinese wisdom celebrates them in great depth as well. It's just one simple flower has traveled the globe in so many ways.
Yes.
you know, and in so many forms.
Yes, I know.
I recently saw a recipe for a rose-inspired harissa. Now, harissa is from Morocco, but can you imagine a rose-inspired harissa? How gorgeous that would be!
My goodness, I have to WhatsApp you really soon, tomorrow.
I'll send it to you. It's beautiful
Thank
recipe.
you. And then, just because Sharon wasn't on, I just wanted to show Sharon. So these are the organic roses that I had and that transformed himself. Seema should show her the dish as well into the sauce, right? And with yes, it was so delicious. I tried that too. And with both Malaysian roses and Hangzhou Chinese roses and rose oil as well. And Seema, do you have your rose dish here? Just show.
I do. This is the faluda
To Sharon.
with rose syrup and chia seeds and oat milk and pistachios and cashew nuts and strawberries and golden foil paper and vermicelli noodles. So it's a dessert and a beverage in one go, something I grew up drinking in Kenya. And it's actually from the Iranian, it has its derivative, funnily enough, from Persia.
Yes, and we have
falude.
Yeah, and we have Professor here from Tehran, from Iran. Also, he shared some recipes, and the one I would like to try is the rose halva. So that's also pretty amazing. Yeah, we have to try all those recipes, Seema, and then show and tell, and then see how they come out with the.
Well, we really need to wait for international travel to start opening up a lot more, and then we'll have you over here in the UK, and we can cook up a storm. What do you say, Sharon?
Yay!
I think that's wonderful. We're looking forward to that time, and we pray, all of us here, that this pandemic can end as soon as possible in grace, and we can really bring forth all the wisdom we have learned from this time of retreat and this time of connection, because I feel that this lockdown has assisted me not only of going deep inside and doing all of the practices I've learned for my life, which was very transformative, but then coming here and meeting all of you, I feel that I am out now with the world, and it is such a joy. It has brought really happiness to my life to be a part of this beautiful platform. And learning your recipes, Seema, and Amma, of course.
How was the chutney, the amla chutney that you made, the gooseberry chutney?
It was incredible. We had here in Crestone, we're very rural, we're way up in the mountains, and the pandemic has hardly affected us. I mean, we did have some lockdowns, but we've been open for quite a while. And so we had gathering out in our patio, and I served the chutney with some samosas. Oh, people were thrilled. They loved it. Well, here, a lot of people, we have a lot of temples. We have a Lakshmi ashram. We have a lot of Tibetan temples and Shinto and all kinds of, so the people are very international, and they particularly love India, of course. So they were thrilled. They said, this is the best chutney I've ever eaten. People, just one person, Peter, who was on last week, Peter May, teaching Tibetan yoga and meditation. He ate like half the jar. He couldn't stop. And so it was very, very much appreciated.
It's very healthy chutney, actually. Extremely healthy, because gooseberries, amlas are so, high in vitamin C. And when you add all the nigella and I think it had fennel in it, am I right? And fenugreek seeds. So it's actually a very basic recipe that draws from the eastern coast of India, from Bengal, from Calcutta, with panchphoron, the 5 spice. So the interesting thing is that, in many cultures, they have their own blend of 5 spice, like the Chinese have. I mean, Dr. Y would know the 5-spice blend, the Chinese
yeah.
5-spice blend. And we have the Indian 5-spice blend, which actually synergizes with the East Coast of India, which are the ingredients I told you, because they bring that perfect balance of spice and flavor into many a chutney. In fact, you can do it with pineapples, you can do it with mangoes, tomatoes, and it's just so versatile. You can infuse it into anything and it just lifts any chutney up. But I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Well, any tomato recipe you have for me, I could really use it now. I'm telling you, you'll see a glimpse of it at the end of my presentation, my garden, but on the next cooking show, I'm going to actually show the progression of the garden from when we first put down the cardboard and the boxes and until, well, we're harvesting now. But we have so many, it's nonstop. It's a lot of work for two people, but it's so rewarding because the taste, we're going to have enough tomato sauce now for having it once a week for the entire year until next year. Also the same with pesto.
Wow.
And also the same with sauerkraut. And let's see. Yeah, we have some eggplant now that's ripening, and more cabbage and more basil. We've had tons of basil, so I made some pesto yesterday. It was so delicious. There is nothing like this experience of growing your own food and eating it fresh immediately. The taste is so delicious and it's so healthy. So also here in Crestone, we're really, the community itself, my friend Cindy Tate, and others are really working to find ways of living and eating that really boost our immune system in this time. And as Amalia can tell you, we do a lot of Qigong. Our friend John Milton, who you will see in the presentation, is teaching Tai Chi for Liberation this week. And yeah, there's so many tools from so many traditions that can assist us during this time. And we really need, all of us should reach out, come to this platform. You know, 95 is a 95th show. This is amazing. So yeah, I'd like to show you this little video that we did. We went to John Milton. He is a very interesting man. He worked in the Nixon administration as an environmentalist, and he coined the term, actually, environmentalism. He has this beautiful land here called the Sacred Land Sanctuary that he holds for the community and for the world, actually, and gives teachings from Tibetan, Buddhist, and Dzogchen, and Taoist and shamanic traditions. Also, he's done a lot of work in India as well. So, and worked for National Geographic, opening new places, like exploring places that people hadn't been. So I'd like to show you this little video. Now, this was inspired by Seema. It's not the chutney. These are the first chutneys I've made, even though I've had a very, okay, what's going on here? Okay, let's try this again. Video. I've had a very, there it is, long history with India. I first found Kathak dance actually in 1978, and then was in India from 83 to 88, just delighting in the culture and the beauty and the tradition, the warmth of the tradition. Okay, let's see, full screen. Okay, here we go. Namaste, everyone. I'm here with my dear friend John Milton at the Way of Nature Sacred Passage Sanctuary here in
Sacred Land Sanctuary.
Yes, in Crestone, Colorado. And I'm about to pick these red currants that are growing here to make some red currant chutney.
We have some beautiful both red and black currants here. You can see here the red ones. Going close. And we've been kind of honoring these for a long time here. They probably originally got here with the help of the Native American people who helped guard this land for the vision quest, the kind of work we do in the Way of Nature now, essentially, but in old indigenous days. So these currants were part of their food supply to kind of keep healthy and keep going here in the mountains.
Look at these currants, they're amazing. So now here we are in my kitchen, and here are all the ingredients I prepared for this beautiful red chutney. So we had about 4 pounds of currants there, so I adapted the recipe for that amount, and you can change it accordingly. So in this recipe we have 4 onions over here. We have 4 inches of ginger that we have cut into small pieces here. We have 8 cloves of garlic. We have lemon zest, a couple of tablespoons. We have organic extra virgin olive oil. We have 4 pounds of red currants right here, straight from John's land. And John is here today. He'll be filming me, so he can tell you about the power, the chi power of wild currants. I'm starting with 2 cups of sugar. I generally don't like to eat so much sugar, so we'll see how that tastes. And there'll be 8 tablespoons of apple cider delicious vinegar and 1 star anise. This is the really cool part, all the spices. So we will have 4 teaspoons of mustard seeds, 4 teaspoons of Himalayan salt, 1 teaspoon of, black pepper, that's over there, 2 teaspoons of ground cumin, 2 teaspoons of coriander, 2 teaspoons of cinnamon, I love cinnamon, and 4 pieces of red pepper that have been chopped. Now this came from our garden, actually from last year, and we froze it, so it'll be great in this recipe. So there are the ingredients, and now we're going to start cooking. All right, here we are. So we're going to turn on low heat. It's a gas stove. We're going to turn this on low heat. We're going to put in 4 tablespoons of this beautiful organic olive oil. And then the chili peppers. And the 4 tablespoons of mustard seed. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yes. And then we can put the tops on all these. And for about a minute, we're going to stir this. And just let it bring out its wonderful nutty flavor. I think it's beautiful already. I like the red and the mustard seed, beautiful. Once these delicious mustard seeds start popping, then you're going to add in our lots of onion. And you're going to turn up to medium heat. And let it saute for a bit till it gets a little like soft. Yeah, so we'll do that. What I love about these chutneys, you know, people that aren't, I'm sure there's so many chutney makers out there in healing our earth. I love all the spices and the alchemical nature of the creation of a chutney. So beautiful. So we're still going to let it simmer here for a bit. Some of these recipes, one I made that came, this gooseberry one that was delicious from our gooseberry bush, that came from our dear Seema. That one was kind of similar, but wow. So delicious. So delicious. Yeah, her spicing was amazing. And if you have gooseberries, or in India called amla, I highly recommend that you ask dear Seema for the recipe. Okay, let's give it a few more, like another minute. I love all these colors already. We've got the yellow, we've got the red pepper, we've got the red onion, which looks like kind of purple. All right, now we add in the garlic and the ginger. Beautiful. And we'll let this cook for a bit here. Okay.
So these are the beautiful red currants from Sacred Land Sanctuary here in Crestone. And Sharon and I went up and we had a nice look at the beautiful currants that are growing there all over the land. And these currants are wild. And one of the things that's very exciting about adding them to this beautiful chutney is that they are, the amount of chi or life force energy in wild foods is many times higher than the domesticated plants. So this should be one very powerful potent chutney because of the chi content in the chutney from the wildness of the currants. So it should be a strong current, a very powerful wild chi flowing through this entire chutney dish.
Very, very pranic.
Very pranic. Full of chi, full of life force, full of prana.
Isn't it nice to have John with us? You know, John is the director, the creator of the Way of Nature and the Sacred Land Sanctuary where we picked these here in Crestone. And he's been on Healing Our Earth, and hopefully he will return because his teachings are incredible and his knowledge of nature and the environment is profound. So now we're ready. Sugar. So I'm going to start with half of what they recommend. I don't know if even I want to do this much, but we'll start with this and then we'll see how that tastes. I personally, I don't like to have so much sugar. This is, of course, organic sugar. And sometimes I just like to keep adding it as it cooks down. So we'll start, maybe we'll have a little more. We'll start with this much. Ooh, this is looking really good. Yeah, we had some black currants too, so I just threw them in.
It's a nice little variety. They go well together.
Yeah. All right.
What a beautiful dish. You see the beautiful stove in Sharon's kitchen. Look at this gorgeous tile work here. Just amazing. Incredibly beautiful.
Thank you, John.
And the perfect complement to this beautiful meal.
Well, they're the symbols are very alchemical. The sun and moon,
Sun and
you know,
moon.
and all alchemy.
It's true. Look very close.
Right.
And then again, here's
And the lizard, even down here.
Yep. Primal energy.
Yep. Yeah. And the sunflowers.
Sunflowers.
We're growing those now. We have a giant one
for the
growing
sun
in
and
the
the moon.
greenhouse.
And here's the union. Two. The moon and the sun. Wow. Very good, John.
Always wonderful to have friends with you when you're cooking. Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Now, I like to put all the spices together and then put them in. So what's wonderful is I have a brother, Brian Beckenheimer, who is a beautiful potter. And so I'm really thrilled to use his bowls and cups and other things when I cook.
Gorgeous.
So, thank you, Brian. So we're going to put in 4 teaspoons of salt, Himalayan salt. This place here in Crestone, Colorado, is very similar to the Himalayas. I don't know, do we have salt? Yeah, we have salt flats here, right?
Yep.
Okay. 1 teaspoon of black pepper. Then we have 2 teaspoons of cumin, ground here. because can you get that one out? Okay. Then 2 teaspoons of coriander. You know we all love coriander. I think if I do this, it'll be easier. 1, 2. Then we have 2 teaspoons of one of my favorite spices, cinnamon. You know, I was reading actually, my friend, Robert Lawler, who actually helped build the Aurobindo ashram in India, was telling me that cinnamon with honey actually helps you if you have a sugar problem. I haven't really tried that out. And then one, let's see if it'll come out. Take it out this way. Star anise. These are so cool. See if I can get a whole one here. Yeah, there it is. Star anise. Right on top. Look at that. That's beautiful. So lovely. This is what I talk about with the alchemy. It's beauty, and alchemy is so much beauty. So now I'm going to stir all this up. Wow. The smell is amazing. And here we go. Oh, God. Now we're going to stir all this up. Oh, I wish you could all be here to smell what this smells like. It's so delightful. Ah. Oh, next.
Turmeric?
Oh, the turmeric.
Turmeric.
Yes. Also, I forgot to put that in, so we'll just do it this way.
It's getting special treatment.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Wow. Very, it's really coming along here. And of course, the lemon zest.
Last but not least.
Well, we have the vinegar coming too. Vinegar. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now I'm going to taste it. Let's use my other spoon here. Taste what's happening here. Wow! More sugar. Very sour. Oh, very tangy, actually. Whoa.
Intense.
Intense. I'll use the very last part. This is only half the sugar they recommend anyway. Here. Yeah, you do that. I'm going to let you taste it. Tell me what you think. If we need more sugar or what, or anything. So here we go. It's intense, huh?
Mmm. It explodes in your mouth in a fantastic way.
Full of prana.
Full of prana.
Okay, now we're gonna just let this boil for a bit. And then we're gonna turn it down and just let it cook and let it boil down and make the what we call chutney, or some people might call really sweet and spicy jam.
Great.
So while we're waiting, I made us this is a peach lassi. You know, I love mango lassis. When I was living in New Delhi in the 80s, my son and I would always go. We were actually studying with the great Kathak dancer at that point, Uma Sharma, and going over to see Birju Maharaj, the other great Kathak dancer in New Delhi. And we would go to this restaurant and have mango lassi and masala dosa. If you have any recipes for that, please send them my way. But this is because we had these beautiful peaches. I made this peach lassi, which is delicious. So now here it is. It's been boiling on low for a while now, and it won't be long until we stop and just let it sit and cool off before we put it away. So the last part here is to take these bottles, and we keep all of our jars here so that we can use them for storing the things we make. And you spoon it in, and then actually with this chutney you can store it in a cool, dark place. You don't have to put it in the fridge, but once you refrigerate it, then, I mean, once you open it, of course, then you need to refrigerate it. So here we are. Thank you so much. A global namaste to all of you. Here are the little chickadees. This is their home. And here's our outdoor garden. A lot of tomatoes, but look what we've got above us. Well, thank you. Yeah, that was, I think, about the third chutney I've ever made. And I've been so inspired by Seema and Amalia and everyone here on Healing Our Earth. And I really wanted you to get a little glimpse of our garden. It's such a delight. The other thing that's special about our garden is that I hand water. Now, don't we have a big 800 square foot greenhouse? And then we have what you saw, and there's a big berry patch in there. And when I water, I'm doing mantras. Recently, I came back from Boulder where we were recording for this song, Sri Lakshmi Devi. So for every plant, I was doing a long Lakshmi mantra. I really like that. So I advise you, if you're watering, do some mantras. It really helps bring in the chi. Namaste, Amalia and Seema.
Sharon, that was absolutely delightful. I loved the red currant chutney. And I was wondering, could we use cranberries with them as well?
I would think that would be amazing to do that. That would be delicious.
I mean, with the cinnamon and maybe throw in a little bit of nutmeg, and you've got the star anise, you bring all those Christmas flavors through. And it can be all Christmassy. And I mean, we're in autumn now, so of course, cinnamon and nutmeg are really the ingredients we use heavily during the autumn. Well, 2 days to autumn, let's say. But having said that, it looked scrumptious. Very, very, very yummy.
So good. And I have a whole lot of roselle here, red sorrel, rosella. Yes, and I get it plentifully. In fact, tomorrow I'm getting 4 kilos in. So I think I'm going to make, guess what? Rosella chutney.
I have made a rosella chutney, Dr. Y, and it works beautifully.
Yes, I'm sure. Yes.
Yes.
I'll have to
We get a lot of rosella in Asia at this time of the year, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting you mentioned cranberries because, we always talk about food as medicine. And I know that cranberries are excellent if you have any kind of bladder issues. It's very good. Also yarrow, and you must know more things, but they always recommend cranberry extract or pure cranberry without the sugar for any kind of bladder infection.
Oh, cranberry juice.
Cranberry juice. Yes, yes.
That's
you
big.
can also get it in these little capsules, but I think the juice is better.
Yeah. And without the sugar, not the commercial type.
Yeah.
Concentrate.
So I started growing this year some ashwagandha, but I haven't learned yet what you do about harvesting it. So it's something I'm going to have to learn. It seems to be happy in my greenhouse.
I would love to learn more about how you harvest the ashwagandha. Please do share your tips with us. Are you growing Brahmi as well?
No, we have that. We have astragalus, and we have some oregano, but next year, as my mother would say, Alabai Amen, which is a Hebrew word for by the grace of the divine. I plan to have much more, take one or a couple boxes and really grow some herbs. We do have some echinacea growing now too, but more healing herbs because we need those, especially ones for the immune system these days, well, every day. And I really feel that everything that you're bringing, and Amalia as well, is so important right now. The knowledge, the centuries old, I would call scientific, really, because it's been handed down. It's the beauty of the Vedic culture. Unlike with the Egyptian, where we have to be spiritual archaeologists because the lineage was cut. In this tradition and the Chinese tradition, the Taoist tradition, it's been handed down over generations and tested. And so the beauty of Ayurveda or Chinese medicine has so much to offer us right now. And the food area is so important. I've been reading about obesity in the United States and childhood obesity. It's really off the charts. And if people could open their hearts and minds to all of these traditional ways of keeping the body healthy, it would be a blessing for us all. So any words of wisdom the two of you would like to bring about these traditions and their benefits for people, we would love to hear them.
I would always say go back to basics, as our grandmothers did. Let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. as a great scholar of medicine said, and eat with awareness. Have a lot of awareness, have a lot of gratitude. Anadatta Sukhi Bhava, the school of thought that I practice, the art of living, always emphasizes on gratitude for the person who brings the food to you, saying mantras, like you say, mantras to increase the chi of the plants. There's a lot of scientific evidence now that as you speak to your plants and you play music and mantras to your plants, they respond better, they're healthier, they grow faster, they're more upright, they have more chi or prana. And I think really honoring your body as the temple of the soul. We don't think about what we put into our bodies. I mean, as children, I remember growing up, I used to be enamored by these Hostess Twinkies because they were so American and they were very hard to find. And my sister was studying in America and she'd say, what can I bring back for you? And I'd tell her all the big block candies that you get in Universal Studios and Hostess Twinkies. And she said, why are you so set on Twinkies? But now I wouldn't touch them and I wouldn't give them to my children. Sorry, no offense to the company. But, they're full of sugar and I am critical, yes, and, preservatives and animal fats and that are not so healthy. So I'd say eat with awareness, make small changes. If you can't, baby steps, simplify your life. Instead of making 2 dishes, make one. Put your heart into it, And when you go to the ashrams in India or the Buddhist centers, I've tried some really delicious Buddhist food in Hong Kong. Okay, that's purely vegetarian. Why does it taste so good? Because it's so simple. The food in the ashram in India is so delicious. We talked about prasad earlier on. Like blessed food. When you give mantras to your plants, you're blessing them. And you're actually, they are going to nourish you, but you're giving them an energy exchange as well. You're nourishing them as well with water. Maybe, if they're organic, you're using the proper fertilizer. In India, they use cow dung. We call it khad. Mm-hmm. And, I come from a family of farmers. My grandparents on both sides were farmers in Punjab. So my grandma would always use khad. She would say, I'm not going to use any, commercially bought fertilizers. I have the farm here. I have the cows. She would make her own biogas. Mm-hmm. From the khad. So it's all about going back to basics and creating that awareness. I think the pace of life, modernization, globalization, rushing here, rushing there, has stopped us from actually slowing down and thinking, what am I ingesting? What am I putting into my body? Do I really need this? Is it good for the environment? Is it good for the planet? Is it good for my health? All these elements are so important. And when we have beautiful platforms like Healing Our Earth that give us all the opportunity to share and speak about this, on this note, I'd like to thank the founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, a great visionary, who had this spark in him to bring this forward, and the whole team, Shaivani, Dr. Soda, people behind the scene, Honey, you, everybody, there's so many people that are hidden behind the scene that it takes great time and great effort to bring this all together, and that too on a weekly basis every Sunday. So I'd like to say thank you very much to everyone. It's just, so much knowledge, awareness is being created with this, and change.
Yes, the warmth of this community. From the first time I came in, I think it was International Women's Day, I was asked to do an interview. I was crying that day because I felt like I had come home. I felt like, oh, here are my people. Here is my community. We have the same heartfelt vision of healing. Neil Kumar, I love you. And everyone here. Amma, tell us about food, the essence of food as medicine in the Taoist tradition out of China.
Yes, there are so many elements. First of all, we think about the 5 elements in any kind of foods, right? You know, where it comes from the ground, the earth, the water, of course, and the fire, the ani, you know, the fire within, and then the metal aspects as well, and the wood aspect. So the food, the nutrition that we intake has to have those elements balanced. And of course, the Chinese cosmology in foods, we have heaty foods and cooling foods, and Seema would be familiar with this, living in Hong Kong. So, you know, all the grandmothers would say, oh no, you mustn't eat this. The durian is too heaty for you. Or, you know, that food is too cooling, like coconut water. A lot of vegans like to drink it in the morning, right? Raw foodies. And we found that actually it's not really suitable to be drunk in the morning, but more in the afternoon. So where it's hot, so you want to drink something cooling in the afternoon. So you know, it sounds like an old wives' tale, but you know, really, when I do muscle testing, which is what I do to test people with allergies, as you know, it really works that way. So there are certain times of the day where certain foods are more suitable, as of course during summertime or wintertime, you would not eat the same foods. Like in summertime, you eat more salads, let's say, and wintertime, maybe root vegetables, right? More grounding, more warming foods. So the Chinese are very big on this, and including, I know this is a vegan a platform, but also the aspects of eating meat has a very tonifying aspect, that it's also eaten as a medicine only when you need it. And at the same time, where it's called a restorative food, like bone broth, right? For gut microbiome rebalancing. So, and of course, the Chinese are really incredible in vegetarian cooking. However, when we go back to basics, it's been contaminated, I must say. Highly contaminated with a lot of monosodium glutamate, MSG. And a lot of the foods are soy-based and some non-GMO, soy-based and wheat-based. And a lot of people are gluten intolerant. And so when vegetarians think it's healthy, it's actually causing more bloatedness. It's causing more celiac disease in vegetarians and overweight. Really, a lot of weight put on because of an imbalance in the hormones. Because in like eating a lot to legumes or beans, if it's not suitable, it causes an imbalance in the estrogens. And because they're very full of phytoestrogens. So we have to be very careful about also a vegetarian platform or diet which is too much legume based and also not enough protein that comes from a more dense source. And of course, we talked about sprouting just now, right? With the moonbeans, and sprouting will activate the enzymes, yes, and be more nutritious, and also it makes it more digestible. So we do need to soak the beans overnight. And this is something we go back to the Chinese cooking, is that's what we do. We have to do that. Otherwise, there's too much wind, flatulence. And how do they know that? How do the grandmothers know that? You know, that it does cause flatulence. So there are different ways that we can treat foods, and we have to be aware of how these foods affect us, right? And so, especially being vegetarians or plant-based, for example, you know, if we take more spirulina or seaweed, we actually have more protein out of there, or quinoa, and especially if we're sensitive to legumes. And also, a lot of vegetarians tend to eat a lot of wheat, which is then it's been GMO'd, it's been contaminated, glyphosates and so on. And so and also the gluten causes a lot of imbalance in the microbiome because it has been contaminated, it has been hybridized in the 1930s already. So we have to go back to ancient grains, like, you know, the quinoa and the amaranth, and also the einkorn, which is an ancient grain of wheat. So eating a lot of chapati, okay, vegetarian, but eating too much of the chapatis and rotis and so on, it gunks up the system. And also a lot of white rice, as well that has lacking of vitamin Bs. And I particularly love basmati, right? But I'm trying to find the brown basmati, and it's actually lower glycemic, and I just love the flavor and the texture of it. But also we have to find out whether that person, again we go back to personalized holistic nutrition, is whether that person takes rice well, you know. And so there are a lot of people who don't, and there's also the question of arsenic in rice naturally. So there's a lot of research that's done now on the vegan cooking and vegetarian cooking, and how are we balancing that in the protein intake, and also B12, which is not available in a lot of vegetables, and that's not available except like maybe in spirulina. So that's very much lacking in many vegetarians and vegans. So, and going back to the Chinese aspect, is that we always say moderation in everything, right? Because it's the middle path. You balance the two. And but also at the same time, the modern Chinese cuisine and farming has too much fertilizers and pesticides, and not enough education on how to use those, because we've heard of some farmers doing like spraying pesticides on vegetables just before going to market, right? And speaking of that, I want to honor Vandana Shiva from India, who is such an amazing teacher in organic farming and really raising issues about even rice growing in India, right? It's contaminated, just like in Bali. It's contaminated by big companies selling the fertilizers and pesticides. It's really like being a drug dealer. So we also have to be aware of hydroponics. You talked about hydroponics, but there are many different chemical solutions, because hydroponics, hydroponically grown vegetables lack the groundedness of the soil, like in permaculture or biodynamics, especially where we go back to the ancient ways of growing. It lacks that. And if you try cooking hydroponics, I tried it too. The vegetables sort of like, it's the energetics of it. That's what I see. It just sort of melts away, it fades. And if you are eating lettuce and salad greens that are hydroponically grown, you notice they don't have that much flavor. And it's not like when it's ground, grown, then you really get the flavor, like, what you're doing, and with the right nutrients. So I know that because of food security, we have to be concerned about hydroponics and getting enough food. But are we getting enough nutrients in our bodies? Are we getting nutritionally sufficient cuisine, and are we soulfully being nourished? Because a lot of foods are not, right? We're in a rush. And again, like Seema says, we have to eat mindfully. And I teach food meditation as well. And we have to eat slowly and chew and masticate, and which is very much Zen or Taoist, is that the mindfulness of just eating and not drinking cold water as well. I might just jump into that now, because I see a lot of people, since it's vegetarian, vegan, they're eating a lot of wonderful vegetarian food, but they're drinking cold water. It congeals it stops the hydrochloric acid in the stomach and stops the digestive system, the coldness, because it contracts the stomach. And then they're taking a lot of that cold water instead, like warm soups or a hot drink. I mean, chai is especially wonderful, to get the digestive juices going. And of course, the Chinese love our teas, green teas, which is also very much a digestive. And since we're talking about that, we love our soups. I used to grow up with 2 different soups at the table, because one for the men, actually, because they are groundnut roots are good for the men, and then there's the tong quai, good for women. So we have all these soups, and it's all quite personalized, just like the Chinese way of medicine, right? It's all with the pulse reading. It's personalized. So how personalized can we get? In a Western way, I'm getting closer to it, Sharon, with doing muscle testing, but that's another story. So thank you for asking me that question. I just went on a flow.
You know, Dr. Y, you spoke about the personalized soup prescriptions. That is so true. Like when I had my babies, okay, so I actually had a good friend of mine who is Chinese, okay, and she made me this beautiful soup with lotus seed and red dates and lots of ginger, you know.
Very
And
good
she
for
said,
pregnancy, very warming.
pregnancy and a lactating mother.
Yes.
And she says, you're not going to get milk with this. You're going to get cream.
I love that. Yes, and you know, Seema, living in Hong Kong, you know, we have confinement foods, right? Foods that are especially after the birth and before and during.
So I have to ask you one question, okay? So I was in hospital after the delivery of my 2 children, and of course, I automatically, straight after my C-section, the day after I was made to walk, and I wanted to walk, have a bath, and I had a shower. And my Chinese friend's mother had a go at me. He said, what is wrong with you? I was going to prepare you a ginger bath, and you have to have a bath in ginger water because it's, what is it? Yang.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
There's too much yin in your body, and you have to take all the yin out, and you have to drink a lot of ginger. And it was her daughter and she that made me these beautiful soups that were really very appreciated and so timely for me at that time.
You're so lucky to have a Chinese mom. That's nice.
She has her mom's Chinese, yeah. So I had a Chinese mom through her. And what is the significance? There's a lot of emphasis on ginger.
Yeah.
That's one ingredient. Longan, the other ingredient.
Oh, and with Artemisia, it's fantastic, Seema.
Lotus seeds and this peach resin. That's what I wanted to ask you.
Peach resin, I love it. I have it in my kitchen.
Magical.
Maybe I'll do that the next time. Next time we're on the show, I'll do a peach resin. So the ginger is so important because we, in terms of wind, you know, it dispels heat and wind. So you were opened, right? You were birthing and you had a cesarean. So they say that you take in, okay, Chinese is that you have, you know, you have dampness and wind in your system. So you need the ginger to warm yourself, even in a bath. And you don't want to really have a bath in a long time because it's, you know, it can be chilling. So you might want to do a ginger poultice even.
Yes. Yes.
Yes,
yes.
So that's really nice.
Yes.
I'd like to thank you so much, Amalia and Seema. And we're going to move on now. Once again, it's our 95th show at Healing Our Earth. And Healing Our Earth has been created, of course, to spread love, joy, happiness, appreciation, gratitude, healing, and so much more to the people throughout the world, no matter where you are, no matter what kind of health condition you have, no matter whether you're locked down or you're out in the world. We're here for you. We're here to help you. We're here to take your questions and provide the answers that we can. We bring a lot of just wonderful healers, teachers, and so much more, dancers. And on that note, I would like to introduce my dear friend, Prajwal Bhattacharya. If you joined us for our last dance program, he was featured, and he is the holder of the Charya dance lineage of Nepal. It's extraordinary. That combines the Tibetan. He will embody, it's an embodied dance tradition where he will combine the Tibetan protectors and deities such as Tara, and also the Hindus such as Ganesh, etc. And it's a delight to have him with us today, as well as the wonderful chef, Bikram Vaidya, his dear friend. And, you know, I would like to start with, Prajwal, I know that you offer meditations and prayers and ceremonies for people for all kinds of different occasions, for passages. And, you know, I'm sending my heartfelt energy to you. On your brother just passed, and I know you've been doing ceremony for him. So all of us at Healing Our Earth are sending this healing energy, and may he come into the beauty of his next moment in the passage. And would you lead us in a little prayer for the healing of the earth through this time before we go into Chef Vikram's presentation?
So my traditions from the lineage, which is by passing down from my generation to generations. I'm a priest. That is my and priest tradition, and we do ritual for anything. Basically, like from birth to death. Like if you count the rituals in my traditions, before we come through worlds with like a 3-month pregnancy, 3 months and 6 months and 7 months and 9 month pregnancy, then you give birth, and then within 2 days, and then within the 7 days, then also the years, and the 6 months and 5 months, 4 months, and then it's go on, and then with the death all the way to the 77 years and 80 years and 90 years, 90 years, and then death, which will be whole circle. It's never endings. That is the circle. This is all for if you have a grief with the sick of some problem with the sickness, and then we give the ritual. There's many chantings and dharanies and the mantras, and then we recite, and for a soul to release with this, if somebody died. And a sickness also, we have each mantra, each mantra, so is a dharani for the particular sickness. So we have a chant and pray that the particular mantras or dharani for dedicated to which kind of sickness is there. And beside that, also, we have a Vaidya. Vaidya is the Ayurvedic tradition from the generation to generation to generations, and they are the healer medicines, which is in the earth to use. That is, and then we coordinated with this little things like in a traditions with this every little herb, like back in old days. We are the doctors, we are the doctors, It's in the we are the healer with the spiritual healing, and they use the little herb, which is you can find in the home on your own kitchens. So you don't need to go any far for heals in the body. So my moms used to, make it anything, like if you get the problems in the body, just go in the kitchen to grind it and some things and mix with sometimes you don't know, just mix it with your rice and mix with your dal, what do we eat in the everyday, and it just transformation, it is happening. So that's why we, normally it's in my generation, we never go through a doctor. So we have we done what do you call that as, we are healed in a natural way. That's we heal. And also the eating the food, that's also the other part. My father also wrote the food for they call the food history in Nepal. How is that to work? Every seasons we have a different eatings and a different way of eatings, and how you use the portions of the eatings, and what it's help you for your genes and the bodies and nutritions, and creating your body. So we don't need we need to do this substitute, or we don't need. We have a daily use in the food traditions also. So yeah, that's the way we've been from the century, and that's we try to keep up and try to make the encourage for people to take care of body. Because of this body, you know more than doctor, you know more than other people, because you have body. What is the cause? The whole idea is what is the cause? If anything happened, you need to find the cause. what it's make you happening that way, or what is making getting problem. Because then if you start to changing a little bit your diet, what you're eating, being that, and then make it slightly change, it's make a difference. So we just like the so stubborn and so egos in like, hey, I don't need to care, we need to go doctor, we just take a pills and and then that's the happening. And little twist in the, I'm also the we call that body therapies as a dancing therapy that I do. Every little twist and every little gesture and every little movement you use, it's make you move in a certain way of a body. It's make a completely transformations. And the simple things what we do is in a morning exercise, patting is like to pat with everything and shake it up, It just like that body need to move like the movements in little movements in every part of the nerve in the body. So if your nerve it start to moving, it just take you like the 5 seconds. You can heal the whole body within 5 seconds. But we don't do that much in a tradition. We got a lady or something. So that's why it's little things we can add it, because I'm a Buddhist priest too. So in a Buddhist views, like that, whatever it is happening because of your regions. Because in also the same way, like if you have a smoker, you find a smoker, a friend in there. If you have alcohol, you find an alcoholic friend. You have a good spiritual, you find a good spiritual friend. So whatever you are, you manifested your reflections, it will be happening. So reflections is like the inner world. In a Buddhist tradition, we call that the outer, inner, and a secret. So outer part, this is the body. Inner part, we have all the how you see, how you eye, how you hear, how you all difference in inner part. And then it's a combinations with everything. It's a secret part. So if you're understanding that secret part, the inner part, it can be transformation can be happen. That's why it is important to have a pay attention in the body. And like the why people get fat, they know what they're eating. They know what is the reason why they get the blood pressure. They know what is happening. I mean, if you have a little bit pay attention with this precious body, this is precious body, it can make transformations can be happening easily. That's why that's why we live in the pay attention with your own part of the body. So.
Yes, and the relationship between the outer, the inner, and the secret. The way your thoughts affect your emotions, and the emotions affect the physical body. We're not too often in, Western medicine has wonderful things, for surgery, fantastic, many things, but there isn't always taken into account the other aspects beside the physical. And even, in hospitals, I wish that they could have Ayurvedic cooking or, anything that, yes.
Yeah.
And so on that note, I want to bring in our wonderful chef and Newa Kitchen Vegan Chatamari, Chef Bikram Vaidya, was born and raised in Assam. Am I pronouncing that right? Assam?
Yeah.
Kathmandu. He spent years in the tourism and hospitality business before starting a culinary career. Well, great business there. I've had so many friends come to Kathmandu. His hospitality training started in Portland, Oregon, after graduating from Western Culinary Institute, Le Cordon Bleu. He worked at renowned restaurants and hotels with top chefs. Since then, he's been following the path of farm to table, which is a big, all over the United States. We're doing this now when we can, wherever we are, around here, definitely. And in my house, my own little mini farm. He traveled around the world studying international culture and cuisine and chefs and local and working with farmers. His teaching career began with Nepalese Women's Organization. Thank you, Jai Ma. Then Western Culinary Institute, Le Cordon Bleu, and lastly, Oregon Culinary Institute, where he taught fundamentals of cuisine and flavors of the world. I like that. He was currently following his family's belief of Ayurveda, food as medicine, as Seema tells us, by teaching classes at various public events and giving lectures on food and spices. Welcome. Global Namaste to you.
Thank you, Sharon. So good to meet you. I heard so much about you. And thank you, Neil, for hosting us. It was wonderful. And wonderful to hear what Seema, I watched early morning, all her programs today, and Dr. Chi, and it was wonderful conversation. So growing up, I grew up in Kathmandu, in Asanthol, which is the heart of city. And our family's been practicing Ayurveda since 1300. So it goes a long way. So far I know about, historical evidence. So we have been in our rural doctors for Nepali royalties, and our family's been taking care, and you know how important it is to take care of rural family, right? So they need to know a lot more. So in old days, the chefs and Vajracharyas, we don't call it chefs, back then there was a royal kitchen important of a chef who works with the Vaidyas, because it is so important. That's what kind of food they need to serve to the king or the royal family every day. So that same message goes to the local people too. I used to remember my grandfather used to tell all the people, hey, you need to stop this, you need to stop that, you need to stop eating that. We need to heal itself, our body, without using too much medicine. So our family, I know, especially growing up in that Ayurvedic influence, I learned a lot about it. And also, when I was growing up, I chose to become a chef because I figure out, I really need to know food as a medicine rather than taking a medicine, because our family has both Western medical pharmacy and also Eastern Ayurvedic pharmacy. So we have both. I grew up with both influence. And my uncle is doctor, my dad is pharmacy. So I got that both influence, and I realized when I came to America that what we have is so precious. And here I came to the West to search of Western food. And that's why I left America and I went to do a research in Nepal, from east to west Nepal, village to village. I walk entire country, and there's so beautiful stuff. There are so many herbs and plants, and there's ancient stories as always told that even Hanuman came to save the Ram, to go to Himalayas, to leave the whole Nag Parbat, to go to India, to save the, in Ramayana, or stuff like that. And we are really fortunate that we have influence from China and India. So we are blessed to have amazing two countries. We are, and we have this amazing country where no other countries have thousands of different herbal plants. No other countries have. So growing up that food as a medicine, one thing I realized is we have to nurture ourselves. Our body is a vehicle, and what we put inside is who we are, who we become. A good energy or bad energy, it's all within us, how we channel. If you eat a bad, people don't mind paying. I don't criticize anybody, but what I'm saying is $3 Starbucks a coffee, but they're scared to go buy a $3 cauliflower organic. But that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. So what we eat, it is so important. Our stuff, knowledge of Ayurveda, I think it is important. And Vedic traditional, it needs to be, globalized. And vegan diet is definitely a one way of doing, but like I heard before, there is some vitamin lack of this, like of that. But if you balance it off everything, I think we can live well. Because my dad has been vegan for a long, long time. He's perfectly fine. He's 85 years old, and he's healthy. He does yoga, he does meditation, and he's no problem. So there is possibilities of everything, thousands of you. We don't have to have a meat, So today I will be talking about chatamari a little bit. I'm going to tell what's the importance of chatamari, why we choose chatamari. That's why it is between, Pruzol's going to explain a little bit. Is that okay?
That's fine. We're honored to have you both here today.
Thank you. So chatamari is also the spiritual's dish, and also the spiritual's way of using in every rituals you need it. Like let's say that if you need to consecrate it, any temples and statues and paintings, chatamari have to be made it there. Always like any big occasions, like the big festivals happening, they throw the chatamari. It's from the roof of the whatever that people throwing the roof, and whoever can catch it, that's chatamari, then that is like you are lucky persons. So, and chatamari is just a simple this, which is made it in a very simple way. It doesn't need to lot elaborate, doesn't need to be, but also can be the more elaborate too. You can ask you want it. And however you want, you can transformations can be happen. You can make it anything with this within chatamari. And the concept of the chatamari is like it's like a moon, in the sadhana practice and meditation practice. It's always like the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, we always stay in the top of the moon disk. So always in the moon disk they are. So they show that way is like it is such a joyful, such a happiness, such a shredding light, which just make you in the calms and relax in the body, and it's give you in the nutrition itself within the spiritual path. And chatamari also like when they use to it's like spiritual values. It's like when you eat that way, you visualize in that way. It's like okay, I'm eating something which is that make nutrition, make transformations in the body, and it just give you the peace and just relax. So, and in the tantric path, like the chatamari also that chatan. So it's made in the pen. It's like a circle, and mori, it's called that just to braid, the dough, whatever you make out. That's just the circle of the dough. You can call that if we literally translate that into chatamari. But in the spiritual values with that way is lots of like the carbon dioxide with the rice, but it is have a in a what do you call? It's mixed. With just only hot water and plain hot water, it is give you, I don't know, in Nepal, always we have a lot of rice. Rice is like a key, rice is like everything's, we eat twice a day in Nepal with the rice. The dal bhat curry, that's what we usually use. So it's making a balance in the bodies. But the rice itself with the thin, is take away that little bit carbon dioxide. I think so. It's a little bit take away when you have a blended with the rice and keep it with the hot water. It's evacuated. So that's making the healthy part. And even just to look at that, it is just transformations happening. So that's why they using like the empowering the statue, empowering the temple. We also did it with the empowering the temple, empowering the place. It's end of the consecration, the final consecration. Now this moonlight, or you just throw from the top of the roof, it's like the transformation is happening. Or it is like now it can go. This is the empower being settled. So it's now the light can go anywhere. And that light is about the moonlight. It's not like the heavy light, it's just soft and gentle light. So that's the chatamari. That's why it's in the Newar traditions. It is mostly people know how to make a chatamari. It is very easy to, make it. So Beckham by Day, it's made. It's about a 90-minute videos in yesterday, and so it's so simple. So you can learn easily to make it.
So I'm gonna a little bit explain about chatamari. Like Prajol Gurju said, very wonderful description about chatamari. And I remember, have you been to Asantol, Sharon?
No.
Oh, okay. So anyway, and once a year, we have a big festival called all the goddesses brought into Asantol. It's a main center. That's where I grew up. And every household threw the chatamari at the people from the rooftop. So that chatamari is like such an important part of our, and there's a goddess temple, Aju Annapurna. Annapurna is the universal goddess, the goddess of food. Without mother goddess, there is no existence of us. So that's why we throw the chatamari, saying thank you for, that's the kind of offering we do. Thank you for a great universal, harvest and stuff like that. So every year we do that. Chatamari, first of all, I want to talk about chatamari a little bit. It is made of rice, and I will show you a video. And then after that, if you guys have any questions, please ask me, and then we'll go from there on, talk about nutritional properties and everything. If you see it, then it'll be easier to talk about it.
Wonderful. And I want to say that our dear friend Miranda, Dr. Miranda Shaw, is with us today. So I would love for her to join us when we have the panel that's upcoming after this presentation. She's a great scholar and author, and it's an honor to have her with us. So Neil Kumar, please bring her in. There she is. Global namaste. Turn on your sound.
Miranda saw also she's the one who introduced me in America. So she's the one who brought to America, introduced me into America. So that's in the 90s. I know her since 92. So that's I have to say. So
yes, and she's written a number of just extraordinary, scholarly, but inspiring, very inspiring to me books. She's going to, that one is incredible. I highly recommend it for all of you. Yes. I remember that's how I met Prajwal in New York. She had worked on Fulbright, right? In Nepal. We met in India and worked with Prajwal's father. And I'm just honored to have you here with us. And please join us for the panel after this presentation.
Miranda also writing its book on Chariya dance. So she's been doing it for a long period of time. It will be coming maybe next year. She's been working on what I do with the dances, tradition dance. So, okay, are we ready for a share? That I can share it?
Yes.
Okay, it's about it's about 9-minute videos. So I'm going to share what's this. Sure. Yeah. Right.
Global Namaste. Welcome to A Vedic Kitchen. Now I'm going to show you how to make Newari vegan chatamari topped with black eye beans. Chatamari is a very easy recipe to make. Here is a list of ingredients. Okay, I have rice flour to make a rice batter, hot water, and here, these are the topping items. Black eyed peas, pre-cooked, diced Roma tomatoes, julienne ginger, little bit of scallion, green chili, red onion, small dice, and then thin sliced garlic. And then we have different spices here: turmeric, cumin, cayenne, and oil, and salt for seasoning. This one is for garnish. It's a mix of scallion and red onion. Let's start how to make batter first. Like I said before, this rice flour has to be coarse. I am using white rice flour, stone ground, and it's really good one. First of all, you need to sieve this rice flour. Then you have warm to hot water. It's not super hot, but you slowly add water as you need it, and then mix it up. The reason we do a warm water or a hot water, it helps to hydrate the flour. Then we're gonna gently add. The reason we do slowly, because we don't add too much water, will cause the thin batter. You don't want a thin batter. So you can see it now. So this will help free from lumping. This is the point where you have to be careful. Constantly. It's a little bit thick. Just make sure. Add a touch more water. So it should be stick into your finger. You don't want too thin batter, for especially we're using a topping. So if it is too thin batter, it will be difficult to control. Idea is to stick into your finger like that. So that's how you do it. This is rice flour batter. So you will rest this for 1 hour to 2 hours for best rice pancake. Now I am going to show you how to make the topping. First of all, heat the pan in high heat and then bring it down to lower the heat. Once it is lowered the heat, then it's really nice and hot, see? So add oil. Vegetable oil is perfectly fine. And then add ginger. So make sure the ginger is quick sauteing. The idea is to just quick sauteing. Is not, we're not cooking too long. To release the aroma. Add on the turmeric. Add red onion. So make sure this is nicely sweet. We don't need to cook too long. Then add a tomato. Add chili. Add a cumin. Add cayenne. Add salt. This will help to build the flavor composition. Gives really wonderful flavor. Then you add a black-eyed pea. Then you can crank up a little bit. Heat depend on how high your heat is. So just make sure the moisture is disappeared from here because we are using for topping. So our pancake won't get soggy. Just make sure that it is dry. And then this bean should not be mushy either. And that's it for this topping. And then test it before you add any kind of salt. If you need it, you can add more. Now I'm gonna finish this with a scallion. So there's a choice between using a scallion or cilantro. Some people like cilantro, some people like that. Scallion, I like scallion a little bit, gives a nice color. And also, I like to finish with a little bit of lemon juice or lime juice, just to give balance the flavor. So this needs to be rest and make sure it is cool it down. Next, I will be showing you how to make chatamari. Let's make a chatamari. Make sure this tawa, we call tawa, this is a flat griddle, and make sure this thing is really nice and hot. Once it is hot, make sure bring it down to lower and add a little bit of water. Once you have water, then you rub it with a little bit of oil like that. Then mix it up thoroughly. Then one little then add a little bit of topping. Spread up. Then cover with lid and cook it for 2 to 3 minutes. And we will make sure this thing is nice and crispy underneath. While we wait for the chatamari to cook, I do different events here in Portland. It's called Coco Social. You can go to cocosocial.com and also check out my educational YouTube channels and bikrambaide.com. So it has been 2 minutes now. Then I am going to check it. Just make sure like that. And it's not really crispy yet. So I'm gonna add a couple more minutes again. So it's each time you make, it will be different accent. So it is not exactly precise. Okay, it has been 4 minutes now, total time. Now this chatamari is ready to roll. You can see it, it's nice and crispy underneath. You can flip it underneath. Now let's do a presentation. That. And then we're going to garnish with a little bit of green onion and red onion mix. Middle. Voila. There you go.
Okay.
I'm so hungry.
Uh-huh.
That looks so delicious.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, goodness. So it would be nice to bring some of our other, like Seema, if she's here, to ask some questions and have a discussion about the different kinds of food and the Ayurvedic traditions. So Seema, how did you like that?
That was very, very interesting. And I enjoyed it very much. And, aligning yourselves with Ayurveda, I think that's when, in Ayurveda, we believe that the body is composed of the 5 elements: fire, air, water, ether, and one more space, sorry. So the balance of all these elements within our body, fire, earth, air, water, and ether, are actually manifested by 3 metabolic types. Am I right? Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. And aligning ourselves with the rhythms of nature through the process of Ritucharya, which is, if it's autumn, then you should have autumn produce. If it's spring, then you should indulge in spring produce. Aligning ourselves with this rhythm, with these rhythms of nature, can in fact impact our health immensely. And as you said, you do a lot of workshops and you teach a lot of Ayurvedic cooking. I would be interested to learn so much more. I will be following your YouTube channel as well.
Thank you. I'm starting this YouTube stuff just recently. I used to do mostly food as a medicine with an individual, and I never was exposed. I don't know. It's just TV wasn't my big thing. But anyway, I'm really interested now. A lot of people are asking about how we eat and what we eat. And I'm writing a book about ancient living in the mystic world of Himalayas. So from east to west Nepal, I walked and I did a lot of village documentation from different people. I work with a lot of farmers and people in like a jungle, east, Everest region, all the way to eastern Nepal, in a flatlands area in Nepal. So I'm fortunate that I get to learn from, without knowing, like somebody told today, like our grandmother said so, grandfather says so. There is that generation of this tradition has been passed down. Why we do that? And we have a saying, Vaidya and Vajracharya goes together in every ritual stuff, because they knows the tantric stuff and we knows the herbal stuff. And so that's so well combined. When royal families goes anywhere, we go together. So it is important. If there is a bad spirit, they will say, just go away. And then if there is any kind of other element for a sickness, we find the herbs and then we give that to the people. So that's what I'm more focusing on right now, teaching people right now how to live our life without taking too much drugs. And I have cured myself, my asthma. I have a lot of health issues before, many health issues. And then last 7 years, I have not got sick at all. Like a fever or other stuff. Minor cough happens, I take asthma juice. I even give to my students. I mean, there's a lot of students that are watching right now. And they will be, oh yeah, in a class, chef, I got a cough. It's like, okay, here you go. Drink a little bit of asthma juice. Oh my God, it's gone. See, I mean, there is very simple. Kitchen is our temple. I always tell people, don't wear shoes. We have rules and regulations in our kitchen, in our country, because there is the reason, because, sanitation. When we came to school first time, they taught us sanitation. And I looked at it, my teacher said, this sanitation has been taught in our household for thousands of years, and they said, oh, drink a stock. And we do eat wikolokwati. So it's very nutritional. It's a seasonal food we eat. And that's the kind of stuff I've been trying to teach. And I think it is time to introduce, since a lot of younger generations are interested.
Yeah, that's what Sema said, it's like a 5 elements. The 5 elements in the Buddhist Buddhist tradition, also everything is in the 5 elements. If you get dehydrated because of you have not drinking too much water, if you're not balancing, we have problems in the body. Some nutrition with the proteins or other irons is not there. So everything is based on the 5 elements. So that's why if you get the balance with the 5 elements and making the balance with the 5 elements, and you can cure anything in the body. Because of the body, what you put onto your body, it's in all the nerve. It's been taking that what you keep into the body. So we keep in a careful way and meaningful way. That's why it's in the yogi path and the tantric path. They have what they eat. They have to make it that it's in the. First of all, they do the sodana, which means like a purify. Whatever's obstacle around from the all bad spirit there, hey, go away. Then leave it there. I'm making this into nectar. So on top of that, like you take it, even like they usually make in the house alcohol, just tiny little house alcohol. It's also kill the other germ, and that's the same thing. It's also that if you get a cure with what call pimples come around, something happening, scratch come up, that house homemade alcohol, it can be cured with anything. And I have one for the one old ladies in Nepal. I was growing up, and I went to visit in Nepal just recently, and she's like 96 years old, and she just go up and down, up and down, up and down. Wow, you're still 96 and you're still up and down. What is your diet? And she said that one sup in a little bit, that's all it's take to heal in the body. And she's really healthy, conscious mind, everything, because she just drink with a homemade little bit, and it is made out of the rice, mostly home in Nepal, they make it. So that's why those are the Ayurvedic in that way, used as the tool, as the medicines, and it can heal. And that's also the element that balance in the body, which is all the 5 elements. So if you understand the 5 elements in my tradition, then you live anywhere, you can balance. That's what the yogis and the yoginis, they just can drink and breathe, and then making the different gesture, they can also live that way too. So that's why it is really important to have the 5 elements. So that's what I want to just
balancing earth, air, wind, fire, and space within the body, the 5 elements, is fundamental to living a healthier, happier, more joyous, stress-free, and disease-free life. I do believe this. And when you speak of the little shot of alcohol, it takes me back to my time in Korea. They have ginseng, and they have medicinal ginsengs, and they have different varieties of ginsengs that are apparently extremely potent and very, very good for the health.
Indeed, my grandmother used to have it. Just a little drink. Yes, with ginseng infused and all kinds of decoctions and concoctions, right? And all of them, they don't have it. What do they take? A Benedictine or some little cognac before bedtime. So, and also the alcohol is a medium like water for the herbs to be steeped and to be preserved, right? And so that can be used for externally. Our martial arts training also, we use a lot external and internal, very similar.
Because the herbs would macerate, right? The herbs will macerate in the alcohol, and they'll release the essential oils. Am I right?
Right. And ginseng is adaptogen, so it's absolutely wonderful. And of course, in the Himalayas, there's the cordyceps, right?
Yeah.
So, Ajwal and Chef says yes. And, when we tell people what it is, they get like, oh my goodness, worms that grow on top, of
I win
of the head.
For that.
The sprouts on top of the worms,
I
have a recipe for that. I would like it. Yes, I have it.
I went to 18,000 feet in an ice lake to find that worm.
Wild one.
And
yes.
it's prohibited for any tourist to go up there. And I went with the local people. They used to come to our house for cure. And I said, hey, I wanted to see that stuff alive, up there. And it was really fun to go see an ice bed in October, November. I went up there, still ice flat. It was incredible. Half of them are ice. But anyway, it is really fascinating stuff out there. But I just wanted to mention, do you guys have any questions about any of about Chatamari?
It looks like a delicious recipe, but I'm very interested in your rituals, in the food rituals, and especially with the royal families, because I'm quite involved in royal cuisine and royal families as well. So I'm interested to hear from your perspective.
About Chatamari, so that like he talked about, you're talking about royal family as itself, or
the rituals that are involved
Oh,
with
really?
royal families, yeah. And the
I am not very familiar with that part. I'm sorry. About rituals, how they eat or what they eat. But mostly we have a system, I think whether royal palace or civilians, there's an elaborate, there is definitely differences between elaborate food versus non-elaborate food. And it's Newari civilization, it's an ancient civilization, it's mix of whether you are a farmer or whether you are in a royal palace. There's certain things, what we do is a seasonal food, and they have been followed through historically. Every season, in a particular day, you eat this particular food. In that way, whether you are a royal palace inside or whether a farmers or whether whoever, doesn't matter, civilians, they will eat this very similar food. At least they will have all those items. And even the poorest of poor, they save entire year to save enough money. Instead of going buying a TV, they will go buy a food to serve that particular day. So they wait for that particular day to eat that ritual, to ritual that particular food. So they might, in a royal family palaces, they might have a 200 different dishes, and a local, locals, they might have a 36 difference. That's the only difference. Definitely, if we talked about Newari cuisine, we have over 200 different dishes. I mean, it's serious. When we cook, there is no 7 course. There is 550 different courses of food, and it takes 2-3 hours to finish from beginning to end. That's the ritual. It's just sequence of food comes from beginning to end. It's just elaborate. I hope that helps.
Yes, and I would like Miranda Shah here, Dr. Shah, knows a lot about rituals, specifically feminine, for worshiping the feminine, for the feminine essence. And I'd love for you to just bring out a little of your knowledge to us since you are here today.
All right. Well, I was just trying to think of where my knowledge intersects this conversation. And so I think it was the alcohol that, the Rakshi, or these very strong spirits that are made by Newar women. That is their purview, right? To brew the alcohols. And there's at least 5 different kinds. So for certain rituals, 5 different colors or 5 different kinds are needed. And I think the nearest equivalent I can think of is how strong it is maybe sake. So when Prajal says a little bit, but I mean, it will burn. I mean, it's, you're drinking something. So I wanted to bring out the reason why it's women. So for one thing, it is a women's art that is passed from generation to generation. And so because that is required for many rituals, particularly of any kind of tantric ritual, so that contribution of women is absolutely necessary. And it's also served from their hand. So from a vessel, right? Because it relates to the feminine essence and gift to life, which is first birth. I mean, it's like as Bikram Baidya said, that the women are necessary, or the mother goddess through women is necessary for life, right? And all kinds of fluids are necessary for life. And so, but the immediate equivalent in Tantra or Vajrayana, is nectar. That women bestow the nectar of life. And so that can be seen as joy, as happiness, fullness, richness, but then there's also the gift of health and well-being, right? This nectar is strengthening and enlivening, enriching, and life prolonging, as it so happens. I was just reading a story about that this morning. So in the ceremony, when a woman pours the nectar or the rakshi, from the vessel, that's just symbolizing the whole female part of creation. And then sometimes the different kinds of bowls are used. And then the vessel itself refers to the source of life. The womb, the source of life. And so in any given ritual, the deity is made present in a vessel, right? And so there's liquid there, and then the mantras are said over it. And so the living deity is invoked in a vessel, just as all life takes form, all life takes shape in that vessel. So when you look at the Newar rituals, that the female part of it is always present, but we might not have the eyes to see it, but now I've given you one of the keys.
Thank you. Thank you. It's interesting that I heard in the rituals with ayahuasca in Peru and in the Amazon, that very often the men will be the women will sit in the circle with the men, and the men will take the ayahuasca. And it's the women who haven't taken it who will really do the traveling. So that's I always talk about the psychic, energetic, emotional landscape of society held by the feminine. And so to me, it's fascinating. And Prajwal, as a dancer who dances both the feminine and the masculine, tell us about that experience for you.
Well, for me, it's like a dancing is the liberations, dancing and singing. Without dancing and singing, there's no way to understanding this body and no way to liberating our body, no way to enlighten with this body. So because dance is like there's many different aspects on the dance, but my traditional dance is passing down from the generation, and that is done by those yogis and yoginis in the back in the old days. So those, and every gestures have to be meanings. Every gesture have to be something there in the movements and the like you have a fully awareness with this. Every movement is that, and every how you look, how you see. So whole body is completely awareness when you're dancing, and that's also the other part. Like that, it's this body is like it's the elements, and also it's internally start awakening, then that's what you needed and how you can heal the body. So that's why it's for me like the healing aspect is anyone can dance, but dance is just not like rock and roll just without conscious mind. But once you start with the using in a conscious mind, and every movement, the movings with the hands, like how it did move with the hand, feels with the hand, and it's make a difference and a tradition. So that's why for me is I've been dancing almost 42 years right now. So I just more you dance, more you learn, more you dance, more you just awareness. It's like a never ending, this body is never ending to learn, like that's why in the yogis and the yoginis say that when you are childhood, you are carrying the same body or you carry in a different body. So every step of the life, like every, they call like for a woman, it's like every 7 years, it's a change. Men, it's like 8 years, it's a change. Transactions are happening. So you're not anymore with which you are in the 7 years before. You're only completely different. So I just move on that way, and it's getting more and more you learn. So and then for me, it's like the movement, it is the key. The movement is to learn lots of things in the body. and pay attention with the body through with the movement. It's make a transformation happening. So
yes, and the flow, as Amalia knows, we talk about in the Taoist tradition, we talk about the flow.
Like Chinese traditions like the Tai Chi and Qigong. So it is flow, movement, and you have every movement you have awareness, and that's where the Qi comes. That's where the energy comes. How you move with the body. So
also in the food you eat, think about the Qi in the food.
Yes.
In our garden here, I'm able to go out and just. We have this beautiful romaine lettuce right now that has so much life force.
I want to also show you one picture.
That's a ritual, royal ritual.
Thank you.
That's the one thing I just did in San Diego. It's a 5-month young boy's ritual, and they need to feed this much food in the young boy with only 5-month-old. And the
introduction of food.
Introductions of food, and it's make it, and this will be go to the spirit. So this go to offer to the spirit. So your body, when you growing up, your baby will be strong. You offer to all, so doesn't distract with any bad spirit. That's the kind of rituals how we did it.
So that's like he was talking about this Qi. It is so important. But one thing from my knowledge, what my grandfather says and what I've been telling people and my experience, I teach a lot of people spices. And from my one knowledge, a lot of people this is becoming a really trend, especially right now, taking spices. And Dr. Lee, I think you mentioned about some problem can cause that problem, carcinogenic and stuff. Like spices, not suitable for everybody, because I will tell you that very important part. Don't just shove it in spices or, oh, I'm going to eat a lot of spices food. And that's really not good for your body. That's why I eat such a little amount of spices, just to enhance. Spices you put in a food as a medicine, not to like gobbledygook, oh, I'm going to be healthy. That's not what it is. And also turmeric, one thing, a lot of people misunderstanding about turmeric, it can be a problem. We don't know what kind of powder turmeric is, where it's come from, because I've done a tremendous amount of turmeric research. And my grandfather used to grow those particular turmeric in particular soil, and then they grow and then they cure underground. They build the house underground, and then they store there and cure it. Ginger and turmeric. Then they pull it out after 6 months. And then this is the Ayurvedic way of living. This is not where you turmeric found from market and then pour it and, no, that will work, but I don't think it is not designed for it. And that's why I showed people I cut myself and I put a turmeric fat and showed my students 3 days later it healed. With those my turmeric roots, I brought it from Nepal. And those are true healing power it does. But we need to find out where it's come from too. So herbs and spices are medicine, but you got to know what you're putting inside. And you need to know your elements of your body, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, which one you are. And that is very important because not every food, whether you are vegan or non-vegan, doesn't matter. You need to know yourself. You need to know your Qi first. You know thyself, right?
Absolutely. Just example that if I was to take honey, that is deadly for me. It's not miracle food. It's for me, it's not a life-affirming food. Nor sesame. If I take a lot of tahini, it's not, because I know from my own testing, and it's a system that's called applied kinesiology. And it's something that I think people need to learn for ourselves because it's very useful.
Yeah.
So yes, thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah, because I have one student, because every term I have a 2 hours of spice class lecture, and I make them taste all different spices, understanding flavor concept and how our olfactory bulb strikes into our brain, and that release it, the oil, the vital oils of spices. Little tiny bit of bay leaf how much power of that bitterness in there. And that's a medicine. And then they were like, oh my God, wow. And that, because one time we were experimenting coriander, some people, one girl just started getting completely high.
Yes.
And oh my God, I was like freaked out. And I had to call 911.
Exactly. And also the throat, when you sometimes, if you're experimenting, the throat, the pharyngeal will close, right?
Yeah.
And they can't breathe. And also, so that's an allergic or sensitive reaction.
Absolutely.
So people have to know,
And cilantro too. Cilantro, juice from cilantro stem is
Yes.
very powerful. And those oil can be really effective to other people's body.
Yes, celery.
I mean, a lot of people throw it away cilantro stem, but that's where all the nutrients are. I don't understand why people throw it away. Cilantro.
That's right. Powerful, the flavorful to the roots.
Absolutely.
Yes. I would love to learn your recipes and all the wonderful weaving that you have with food and rituals. And I definitely want to hear more from Miranda, Dr. Shore, about the feminine rituals and food. Definitely want to hear more. Just thinking.
Oh boy. Bikram Vaidya mentioned the Annapurna.
Yes.
As the source of
food. Hiking.
Yeah.
No. Have you?
Yes.
Have you?
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yes. And went to see the Kumari, and then all the temples there with the sacrifices. It was amazing.
Right now is the Kumari festival, so it's
happening
present day. Food festival of food. Yeah, today it's also a big feast they're making stuff. Yeah, full moon. This week. This full moon. Yeah. Tomorrow.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Yes,
every day for 7 days. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. I just love the combination of ritual and food. The Chinese, we love that, right? I mean, look, may I, Sharon, the dear host, I was very excited because during this, I received the packet of mooncakes from my auntie.
Oh.
The full moon is the harvest moon, and then all this is vegan, and this is a nut one.
Wow.
Mixed nuts with melon seed. So I was receiving this at the full moon, and I'm sharing this with you now. The mooncake.
So Miranda.
Well, I could comment on, Vasundara in the in the Newar Buddhist tradition, and so she is a great bodhisattva. She's one of the most, I would say, honored, revered deities in Nepal. One of the most, wouldn't you say, Prajal?
Yeah, very important it is.
Very important. And so she's a beautiful golden goddess and with 6 arms. And so one of them holds a sprig of rice, right? The staple of life. So she's the source of food. Right? She's in a way Mother Earth personified. So she's the source of food because that's the primary source of wealth, nourishment, well-being. But then in another hand, she holds a book, a scripture, because, in another hand, she holds a bouquet of jewels, showing that she's also the source of all wealth. Because as we know, all valuable things, all precious things come from the earth. Right? So then in another hand, she does hold a book or a scripture, and that is because the purpose of having food and the purpose of having wealth or abundant well-being is so that one has time to pursue learning, to pursue knowledge. And then in another hand, she holds a rosary because the purpose of well-being and abundance is to be able to pursue, just to have enough to pursue religious practice, meditation, contemplation, and also ritual, because you need a lot of food and ritual, as we've said. And so a lot of the main festivals are right after harvest time. And so they're celebrating this great flow of prosperity of life into the community. And then they direct it toward their shared ideals, right? Their shared ideals of wisdom, of compassion, of whatever the deity their worship that is honored in that festival represents. And in the case of Vasundhara, one of the key qualities is generosity. So they are, circulating the food in the community, and there's actually a beautiful ritual in which the Vasundhara Brata, in which the women dress in the colors of the goddess and have a very long ritual procession through the streets. And one year, Prajal and I went to two of these, and we accompanied the procession in one village, and I counted about 800 women in the procession, and each group had a different food. So I won't describe it much longer without my photographs, but the idea of the women, there was a ritual space at each temple throughout the city, each location, and the women built up a mound, a mandala of food, and they passed it onto that, we could call it a mandala, at each temple. And so the idea, and then the women would either pour it or they would hand it to a man who would then put it on the mandala. So the idea here of woman channeling Vasundhara, providing, feeding, and then handing it over to men, so that together they're creating their world. And they arrange the food in this very beautiful kind of symmetrical, and kind of circular pattern. So they're saying this world we create together is the interweaving of our energy, and it's a harmonious world, right? It's an ordered world. It's a beautiful world that we create together. So it's the most beautiful festival, but it's the women who are the providing, and then the men who are, receiving and, arranging and, cooperating to create this abundant world. And we know what happens when men and women don't cooperate. So I think the Newars do it right. It is a more beautiful world.
I think that's the purpose. One of the main purposes of healing our earth is to create this world that you're talking about. We're at a time where everything is changing, and these teachings and practices are very important to keep us centered in the midst of this constant chaos, like we're in the center of the eye of the tornado, and everything around us is just these visions. I'm sure that Prajwal has a lot to say about this, how to live in peace and in harmony within and without during this time we're going through.
Yeah, I mean, simple ways like that's I say already. I mean, learning about your body is the key point, and what do you eat and what are you dealing, how you deal. It's also the part, it's connected to what your body is react. So you learn some things about that. Buddhism is a simple way, like all the poisons and all the crazy thing is the wisdom. Anything's happen with the crazy things in your life, that's you learn something. And that's why it's like what is happening. If you learn more, then you can just transformation. It became a nectar. Every poisons can be nectar. So that's the other reasons, like learning the whole body is like there must be the reason. That's what says Buddhist traditions, like without reason there is nothing happening in the world. Because of the reason it is happening. So if you find the reasons that way, as well in the food traditions, like if you get a sick, if you get a problem, if you get a headache, there must be the reason behind there. Why not happen in a particular day? If you follow the reasons, what I eat, what I drink, what I deal with that, what is happening in the environment, what is happening, it just can transformation. So we have a little bit, in Buddhism, they always call that we are so stupid. We just don't want to pay attention with our body. You just like, oh, somebody take care. Oh, I'll go headache, I'll go to doctor, call the doctor, get the medicines. Oh, it's a big care. But that's the way it's been, we call that the economically, or the pressures, what we learn in the school, they didn't turn in the school like back in old days. We learned about the whole bodies, then learn about even like the alphabet in my tradition. Ka, kha, ga, ga, vowels and consonant sound. It's like every vowels and consonant sounds is the tools of medicine. It's a tool of awakening the inner part of the body. It's a tool of knowing about how it exists in this world. It's what is the cause and what will be the problem will becomes in the future. How you deal with that way, how you can transform with this way. So all it's in there in the vowels and consonant sound. Only 51 letters you need to know, and that what is the behind with the 51 letter. And it's a whole universe in there. But economically, it's like whatever is in the country doesn't want to do it because it doesn't get a benefit. So it doesn't have a money involved. It's just like learning the body, it doesn't have money involved. That's why they take it away, that part in the highest education in the mind to train, instead of mind to train, oh, we take care for you, hey, take this medicine. Oh, and then it doesn't work. Oh, maybe it's this not for you. Maybe let's take it other one. So this is making that all the, the making move into a different direction. That's why for me, it's like the learning this body is medicines already. So what you put in the body, that you react, that's what's happening. What you hear, how you take it, and if you can switch, you can transform, that's wisdom. There is wisdom everywhere. So, yeah.
Well, it's interesting that you talked about, the fast pace. Even now, people are getting back into very fast pace and eating all these TV dinner kind of things. But one of the things I know, for a while back, I was reading about the slow food movement.
Yeah.
And that was about really taking the time to taste the nectar and receive the chi of all the food you're eating, instead of rushing, right? You're on the computer and you're like, on Zoom, and you're just sitting there. So, Chef Bikram, would you speak about this aspect of eating and food?
Sure. In Nepal, we call pue. So when I was growing up, first thing, there is a kitchen ritual. During kitchen, first thing in the morning, like they have to have all clean kitchen, first of all. Second is what kind of pot they are using for rice. What kind of metal is how it's designed. So those tools are very important. What kind of tools you are using to stir. So whether it is made out of brass, but is that lined inside to cook it? Whether karai, we call cast iron made out of. So dal is cooked in a cast iron, has very high, it's a natural iron, and then dal is cooked in iron for 1 hour. So slow cooking, really low. And we have a stove, which is 6 burner. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the lowest part is the coolest, So the front one, the fire goes from this side. So the heat transfer all the way in the end, and there's a chimney goes up. So slow cooking. So hot, the satya item, or they need to cook food here, and then the slower, the longest you need, whatever needs to cook, is all the way in the bottom. So there's a rules on that. Second thing is like what time we eat and what we eat. That menu is pre-planned all the time. So that is based on my grandfather, what he told to all the, farmers. They brings what they need, what is fresh. The fresh items are brought, and all the time what we eat is completely what kind of rice. Tai chini rice. Tai chini rice it's a Chinese, it came from China. Versus basmati rice. So they eat different kind of rice, depending on the season, how we digest that food and when. And then we have a red rice and black rice, what is known as one time imperial rice. And I didn't know till I have seen that when I was a kid, and they said that's a rare kind of rice, and it comes in our house, and we ate that. And we only ate like 1 or 2 times a year. And I didn't know nothing about till later on that in ancient days, if anybody in China, if eaten by civilians, that they get murdered. I mean, that's how bad it was. The imperial rice are not supposed to go outside to civilians. It's only so the keeps it in a royal palace. So I didn't know that till how I was growing up, finding the imperial rice in my house. And I was like, oh my God. So what I'm saying is those kind of stuff are very well designed, how we eat. Every festival special elaborate happens, known as a pause. So we take 2 hours. The reason we take 2 hours, because we start with small items, when we feast, it's a gastronomic experience for people. And we sit on the floor like this. So it is itself is meditative position. First, this posture will digest easier than sitting in a chair. That's proven. Second, they clean all the floor. And they sit on the floor and they eat. And when you do this up and down, so you're basically exercising yourself when you eat. So your stomach is completely digesting while you're eating.
Also natural spoon.
And your natural spoon, you are testing from your hand. So hand, exactly. So it is so, you are connecting yourself. Your hand is connecting with yourself and going into your system. That's meditative mode. That's every bite you eat. We don't eat like a pile of stuff, everything. We have a little bit, a bite, musbus, or in a Spanish they call a bites of food. Nowadays it is really popular. It's a bites food. So the reason we eat 200 different dishes, a bite. Oh, aha moment! Bring that aha moment. Enjoy the nature. You connecting with the nature and said, "Oh, thank you, Mother Goddess, for giving me this little bit of cauliflower to bite in my mouth. I experience this season now. So I'm connected with the season, earth, and heaven, and ether, everything. So that's a movement from beginning to end. We, toward the end, that's the best part. Throughout the experience, we eat a beaten rice, like flat rice. Have you seen flat rice? So the flat rice has a highly nutritional value, more than just regular rice. Flat rice is made out of brown rice, and once you pound it, you can transfer, and it is better for our body. So it's and we eat bites of little bit of roxy while we are eating it. So it's digestive system. It's fire. It's helps to digest. It's a element. 5 elements. It's one element is the roxy, which is your fire element. So that will fire up your body. And also toward the end, we eat shisafusa, we call salad, sprouted. Somebody talked about a sprouted salad. Before those feasts, every feast, we have to feed sprouted beans. So it digests your body. And then finalize with a cucumber and daikon, slice of daikon, slice of cucumber to rehydrate your body. When you go home, you won't wake up tomorrow morning with a headache, right? And also a little bit of, we take luang. Luang is a clove. We chew cloves because in a finalize to kill the bacteria in your teeth. So the essential, this system has built so dramatically, so wonderful that I don't know. Thank you for somebody who came up with amazing rules. Hope this helps you.
And also the one part, once a week fasting. That's also done.
Oh yeah, fasting.
It's like it could just keep you like the cleansing and the purifying the body. If you can fast one day, because we normally we eat more than what we needed in the present day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We don't need a lot. That's what the whole scientific proof is shown that way. Like if you can fast one day, not eating, what happens to the chemicals it's produced with the food, it just reach into the hollow point. So it's a squeeze in the body and it's making more healthy. So that's the other part in the traditions. It is just get the once a week, get a fasting.
Another Vedic tradition in our family, we get up in the morning, we drink glass of water one day ahead, right? We keep it next to our next to sleeping, before we don't drink, we drink a little bit of water before we go to bed, and then get up in the morning. That's my ritual. Like drink a big glass of water, not completely clock it down, just a little bit of sheep and get the bacteria movement, and then for digestive system. So that's my grandfather taught me. And we used to we had a special, when I was a kid, we had a special mug made out of wood, special wood. And so the water was poured into there. Next day, the water is green. So that is a medicine. And we used to drink it. And we said, your tummy will never have a problem, Vikram, because you have a tummy problem. Drink this every day. And I had been doing that. And I came to America and I started drinking beer instead of water. See, that's a problem. No, I'm sorry. And then I changed it. I mean it. I started doing my old ritual, and it just always stays healthy stomach. But that's really a really good suggestion for people who wants to stay healthy.
That's also the other part. If you want to get healthy with the teeth, that's what the eating with the hand is the key point. When you eat with the hand, and then when you wash it, you wash with the mouth also. So that's why it doesn't stop with anything you eat. You just split out and then move. So that's also other part. Each finger has its different energy. When you eat with the hand, it's more digesting easily. That's what's in the history. So. And mostly in Nepal, when I was people called in America, I never go to the dentist in my entire life. I never been to the dentist. And there's how it's possible. I don't know what is possible. It's my gene or it's my, I still what I do is eat and wash my mouth. And, and back in old days with the tobacco, my father smoked the hookah, and it's left over the tobacco with the chocolate, and we grind the chocolate and we make a paste, and we just bruise our teeth that way. Whatever the reasons in the back in old days, it's the healthy things. It just keeps you strong. That's what I can say. So yeah,
there's so much story.
Speaking of health, I do want to talk about the kinds of shows we have here. And it'd be really interesting to bring you all back for shows. We have wellness shows. We have a show last week, one about COVID, and how, with lots of advice and doctors talking about what's going on and ways of healing yourself. And upcoming, we have some really fun shows. We have Bollywood fun. Sing, song, sing. And that's coming up on the 26th of September from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. BST, British Summer Time. Yes. And then we have after that motivational, inspirational, although I feel like we're already in there, that show today with all of you. Be the change you wish to see in the world, and join us for this free, always free, because of Neil Kumar and the wonderful team here at Healing Our Earth, who are working, so selflessly, and that's the beauty. We are creating, we are being the change that we want to see in this world. This ancient sense of love and compassion and healing and caring and gratitude. So join us for that session on Sunday the 3rd, and then the exciting Diwali on Trafalgar Square, Saturday the 23rd of October. Neil Kumar has been doing this, from what I understand, for years, and it's going to be so much fun. The Mayor of London is involved, and so please join us. And then after that, I'm sure we'll be having more wellness shows, more dance shows, music, and all of that. And it's a pleasure to be here with you. And we have some of our team members here, and I'm wondering if, like Mita ji, would you like to come in and ask any questions? Namaste, Mita.
Namaste. Yeah, very, very interesting. I always like this topic. Are you able to hear me? Because I'm outdoors, so I don't know how the audio is. There might be some birds in the background.
Everything's fine.
It was a beautiful sunset, so I did not want to miss it. We say, when fingers were mentioned, we say in Hindu tradition that 5 different deities reside on the top of the fingers. So it's so important to eat with fingers, Panch Parameshwar. And of course, the fingers have to be clean. So yes, it is. The old traditions had science and logic behind it, and if we understand the logic and science behind it, then it is worth to be revisiting it in modern times as well, when we have so many pressures to cope with, which human mind is not equipped with, and we have to balance life, work-life balance, different kind of stresses. So I think the ancient wisdom of Ayurveda, which Seema ji mentioned about, the Panch Tattva, which reflects in our body as well, the space, the water, ether, fire. So all this, if we remember, because we know that, but to remember all the time and to implement and to consciously, whenever we eat, especially food which is coming from ground, like fruits, vegetables, which are, pure in pranic energy. So they give a lot of lot of good vibrations, positive vibrations, and rather than the cooked food. So how we relish that more, it becomes so important that we remember our constitution. We got Vata Prakruti, we got Pitta, or we got Kapha Prakruti. We all have balance of everything, what is dominating, and consciously remember and eat it. I'm saying this because I know everything and I'm not implementing it, so I'm guilty about it. So that's the reason I'm saying that this is, I'm guilty purely because when I listen to all these things, I think I know everything, why I'm not using it. So it's remembering that and implementing is more important.
Yes, you're looking exceptionally beautiful today.
Thank you. We celebrated Ganesha Visarjan festival at the university where I work. And perhaps, if I'm not mistaken, it's the first time ever in the history of this university in 55 years that we did it. So it was a pleasure. It went on very, very well. We were blessed with good weather, and the students have just started, most of them freshers, many of them coming from India. They were so thrilled. They were so enthusiastic. We had live singing. We had lovely time. Yeah, thank you.
That's wonderful. And
with your hat, I like it.
That was, Amalia was saying, you have to wear the hat. I'm like, okay. I wear it in the garden, actually, because the sun is strong here at 8,500 feet. So thank you. And Lakshmi, namaste, Lakshmi ji. It's always a pleasure to see you here. Would you like to ask any questions to our panel here?
Namaste. I was listening to everything. It was wonderful. The food, the salad that you made, and also the explanations you gave. And both of you were talking about Ayurveda. And I also belong to an Ayurvedic family. my grandfather was an Ayurvedic doctor. Of course, he used to go to the Jadi Booty collections from different places nearby, and then he used to treat the patients locally. And I remember once he was using a leech, a leech to cure a wound which a person was not healing. It was not healing at all, and finally he had to use that leech. He put it there, and the leech was sucking the entire infection from the boy's leg, and then eventually that boy got cleared. I mean, I had just gone to my native place to during the vacation, and this is what I experienced. So, I mean, this sort of education was implanted in us. We are eat vegetarian, eat proper vegetables, eat in proper time, wash your hands, wash your legs. Even when you come back home, wash your face and hands and legs, and then only start doing anything. So these very, very Ayurvedic principles were just thrown into us right from the birth. And maybe I still follow. My children get a little upset with me, like when I say wash your legs, wash your hand. Even today, like when we had gone out and when we came back, I told them take a bath, because during the pandemic, our ritual is come home, I mean, just take a bath, and then only you go to the kitchen or do any other work. So, I mean, these rituals we've been following, they get a little irritated, but it's okay. I mean, they know mama is, all the time like this. They nag me, but they follow. So I enjoyed the session, and so very well you explained the 5 panchatatvas, and although the vata, pitta, kapha, on all those characteristics and how they affect our body, and how you can keep yourself clean, if you follow certain principles. So thank you very much. It was wonderful. Thank you to Sharon also. I like the way you also conducted this session. Very good.
Thank you very much. It's really an honor to be here with you all, and especially, I've had a very full, blessed life. I live in gratitude all the time, and to be able to bring the people that have been a part of this 72 years is
I'm
just.
I'm with you.
Yes, is such a joy. And also, I would say, ever since I've been on this show, everyone around me, I'm doing a lot of things also, but I'm learning so much, and everyone around me is saying, wow, you're looking so vital. You're looking so much younger. And I have to give my gratitude to all of you, Neil Kumar and the team and everyone here, for welcoming me in at this level, and all the wisdom I am gaining from being a part of this. I'm just so grateful. I really am. And usually Honey comes in now to give a meditation, but I think she was busy today. So I am wondering if Prajwal would like to do a little meditation for us, so that we can go into this deeper state.
I'm supposed to meeting with somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But if you have to go,
simple meditation is just like it's just a relaxing body and pay attention to where it arises. If that the pain is arise, just pay attention with there. If it's not there, just keep in the breathe in and breathe out. Pay attention with the body. And also the other part of meditation, I mean, there's 100 different meditations. So other part of meditation, what thought comes and just watch them, just not judging, not anything, just like a thought, what arise, let them be arise. So that's the other kind of meditation. I mean, but also the Vajrayana meditations, like you just recite the mantras and keep attention with that mantras, whatever you are familiar with deities. And that's also the other way of meditation. So simple way of meditation, just sit and relax and completely relax and pay attention with your body in every part. So we have a sadhana class every Wednesday, my time, 6:30 to 7:30. And it's about 1 hour. And we do all the awakening the chakras, awakening the senses, and the protections with the body with the different syllables, with the mantras. And then we visualize of the Lord of dance and music, dance and singing, and the Lord of compassionate one. And we bring it up into the body and transform our body into that nature. So every Wednesday that we do. And then we also have a bhajans after that. Okay, so on every Wednesday, my time 6:30. And the link, free link, you can get it in my webpage, nityamandancemandala.com or the portlandbaha.org. It's a two-way page. You can get it. Yeah.
Thank you so much for being with us.
It's so lovely. It's so wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you for hosting.
Hosting.
It's wonderful. Wonderful.
And also the
Thank you.
Amazing conversation.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. And I would really like to offer a prayer for all the beings out there, all the sentient beings and beyond, for health, for beauty, for grace, to bring that nectar of bliss that you've been talking about into each and every one of us. There's so much suffering, there's so much confusion out there, and divisiveness in this country, it's going exponential. And it's, for those of us who are sensitive as we are and care so much, it's a difficult time. But to me and Amalia and Honey and Lakshmi and Miranda and all of you, Mita, Neil, Kumar, everyone out there, it is such a time to birth forth what the Brahma Kumaris say, that we're in the diamond age, this age in between, where those that have the ears to hear and eyes to see feel, experience this great call to the light, to bring forth these teachings that we've had the blessing to receive. And so in the Qigong tradition, we ground ourselves, feet on the ground, eyes in the sky, open your heart, this is a song I'm working on, to the healing light of Qi. So what I'd like to do is, maybe Amalia, you could lead us in the, you want me to do it? Okay. We're going to rub our hands together and feel the heat, feel the Qi, feel the life force, feel it. And then you can pull your hands apart and back and feel that energy. It's actually very similar to when we went into the meditation moment with Prajwal. It's this feeling of vibrancy, this feeling, what is Mantak Chia who taught me this? He says it can feel like ants crawling, it can feel like all kinds of different experiences, and feel this Qi. And then we're going to send it out. Feet on the ground. Feel the energy of Mother Earth flowing through you. Feel the energy of the sky, both all of this coming into your heart. And just let's send it out to the world, to everyone. In this time of transformation, please, God, Goddess within us, Shiva Shakti, help us bring forth this new earth, this earth of love, this earth of grace, the reborn light of the divine within each and every one of us. Help us find that. Help us rediscover who we really are and bring all of our gifts to bear into this time of healing our earth. May this light surround you, may this light fill you up, and may this light pour forth for us all. So please, please join us every Sunday. We want your thoughts, your inspiration, your experiences. It's really important at this time that we come together, and that's why Neil Kumar, Meeta, all of us, Lakshmiji, Amalia, Hani, and the whole crew, Kamlesh, everybody have come together to bring forth in this time grace, the power of these lineages all over the world. One of the things I love about this show is this openness to all cultures, all people, this ability to actually listen. And I think that's what we need so much these days, to be listening to others, to look into their hearts, to perceive their gifts, to go beyond all of this chaos and division. We are human beings. We are here to give and to love and to receive the grace. So I'm so grateful to all of you. And perhaps Lakshmi, would you like to lead us in some prayers before we close?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Since we are going through the Ganesh Utsav, and tomorrow is the last day, 10th day. So Ganesh Visarjan, that is Ganesh will go away, being with us for the past 10 days. So I will sing a Ganesh Shostra, a Ganesh song for all of us. It will take about 3 minutes or so. So here it is. This is the arti that is we say to the Ganesh god generally when we pray with Ganesh. Sukkarta dukkarta varta vignachi nurvi purvi prem kripa jayachi सर्वांगी सुंदर उटशेंदुराची कंती झलके माला मुक्ता फलांची जय देव जय देव जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ति दर्शन मात्रे मान कामना पूर्ति जय देव रत्न खचित फल तुझ गौरी फला चंदनाची उटी कुमकुम केशरा हिर जडित मुकुट शोभतो भरा रुंझुंटी नुपुरे चरणी गागरिया जय देव जय देव जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे मान कामना पूर्ती जय देव लंबोदर पीतांबर फणिवर बंधना सरल संद वक्रतुंड त्रिनयना भास्रमाचा वाहे तू पाहना संकटी पाहावे निर्वाही रक्षावे सुरवर वंदना जय देव जय देव जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती श्री मंगल मूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे मान कामना पूर्ती जय देव जय देव ओम गणेशाय नमः
Om Ganesha
Namaha.
Namaha. Oh, thank you. And
Thank
now,
you.
would you lead us in the Gayatri mantra as we close?
All right, I will recite it once for all of us. Om ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Thank you all. Thank you for being with us. It is such a joy to be with you. And from us at Healing Our Earth, we look forward to more joy, more love.